Everyone's always saying that. Everyone says my voice, my dulcet, low tones convey so much enthusiasm and hype. In fact, I can't stop tell. I can't. I'm constantly saying people stop telling me this because that's all they say to me. It's the only things. They're like, Austin, you're overhyping things. You're saying things constantly. You're saying things constantly. I guess that's true. I am saying things constantly. That is something I can't deny. You're conveying too much hype. The fuck does that mean? You're saying things constantly. It's all good. Saturday Night Umineko indeed. That is what I've loaded up here. Last time I did get to select a piece of cake. That's true. Angie still angry? Just in general? Because she doesn't believe the situations. She doesn't believe she's being told the truth. Were we kind of under the thought that maybe she was having a change of heart though, maybe slightly, or at least at the very least she was going to stop fighting it. Maybe she was potentially seeing the point that was trying to be made. Or maybe not. Maybe she's just getting tired. Little babies tend to do that. They expend a lot of energy being mad and grumpy, and then they're told to go take a nap because they're just little babies that need naps. Maybe that's the situation. Maybe episode 8 ends with someone telling Angie, "Hey, maybe you just need to take a nap. Go to your room." And then all is resolved. Maybe that's what she needs. Just a good old nap. I've solved it. But yeah, she had the cake. She selected the cake. 2 winners, allegedly. Eva, Angie. Eva, being the adult in the room, was like, you know what? I don't really need this superstitious wish thing. Give it to the child. Probably under her breath, she said, "Watch how Angie wastes this wish." And then, of course, Angie wastes the wish by wishing for everyone to continue doing the things they were doing before the cake was brought out. So really, nothing changed. Honestly, a net zero wish. I think we should, when the series ends, we look back at Angie. Even though she's young, we're going to count this against her. Say that she wasted a wish. She wants people to continue playing games with her, I think was her thing. Riddles, puzzles, the like. But yeah, don't let it get distracted. That should be held against her as a character. When we talk about the many positives and negatives of all the different characters, first and foremost, negative number 1 should be for Angie as a child. In episode 8, she wasted a perfectly good wish, aka the almond wish, on basically nothing. It would be like me getting the almond in the cake and then being like, "Austin, what do you wish for?" And me being like, "To play Umineko next Saturday." And it's like, "What? Huh?" And you're like, "Yeah. Uh-huh." I'm like, "Yeah. Gotta make sure it happens. I mean, I want that certainty." So I think that's where we're at. I think we recapped everything. But basically before that, prior to that, yeah, it was Angie just being like, oh, we got this music. Basically Angie being like, Battler, why the hell are you showing me this? This is stupid. She starts cursing. Again, of course, seeing little kids curse is always great. We love that. It's a great bit of comedy. And that's basically it. I mean, it's just a lot of, like, the characters interacting. But, like, her just being like, this isn't it. This is not it. And Battler just being like, what do you want me to do? I mean, I'm just showing you this thing. And then, of course, there's the key around her neck she was given at the very start of the episode. Who knows how that's going to technically resolve. Surely that's going to be a something, some little key piece of something. So, let's begin. I gotta adjust audio on my side. I became the Halloween party princess. Also, let's see if we can make some decent progress tonight. Tonight, I've got renewed second wind energy. I became the Halloween party princess. And the tournament of quizzes and riddles just for me began. It looks like I get a medal for each puzzle I get right. Look at those medals, dude. I want one. Sure, I could buy one on, like, Etsy somewhere. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from grandfather. Okay, here I go. I'm going to turn that up slightly. Who should I start with? I don't think it matters. Start with whomever you like. I'd better think up a killer puzzle while I have the chance. Rudolph, can we be a little more careful with the phrasing here? Just a little bit. Maria, didn't you have a quiz book in your bag? I'm a little more enthusiasm as I turn up the volume just even so slightly more. I do. I'm gonna give Angie a nasty one. Marione-chan laughed with an evil smile. Looks like everyone's going to try and bully me. I'm sure they'll think up some really hard questions. Don't worry, I'll lend a hand. Really? Of course. After all, I'm the princess's attendant. Singing present. So let's give it our all together and get a huge pile of medals. Oh yeah, Eva appointed herself as the assistant to Angie. Okay. Come now, Angie-sama. Yeah, I know. I said earlier she had got the second almond. Honestly, I was just about to say this. You know, I'm giving shit to Angie for having a wasteful wish. I'm not 100% convinced Eva would have a good wish either if she was able to use it. So, honestly, give Eva a phantom negative. We're giving Angie a real negative because we saw, but I'm just as confident in saying that Eva also wouldn't use it on a good wish. Therefore, like, almost like a half negative. If that makes sense. Come now, Angie-sama. Start wherever you want. I, Goda, am ready to challenge you whenever you please. Whoa, no, not so fast. The honor of the first audience with the princess belongs to me. Angie, begin with my challenge. Okay. I suddenly got tense and my stomach began to feel tight. Then, Aunt Eva gently held my hand. It'll be okay. Let's do this together. Okay. Then let us begin, Angie.
これはクリスマスの日の話。12月25日の話だ。
Oh shit. Christmas? More theming for today in video games? Wow. This is amazing. This is a story about December 25th, Christmas Day.
クリスマス？
Christmas? Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th. He literally just said it a sentence ago.
クリスマスの日。
On Christmas Day,
夜空を見上げながら女は言った。
a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke.
やがて夜が明けて朝になるわね。
Eventually, the night will end and morning will come.
そしてまた日が沈んで夜になってもまたクリスマスだったらいいのに。
Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again?
すると男は言った。
And then, the man spoke.
いいよ。
Okay,
その夢を叶えてあげるよ。
I'll make your dream come true for you.
そんなことが果たして可能だろうか。
Is such a thing possible?
クリスマスの次の日は26日で普通の日だもん。
The day after Christmas is the 26th, a normal day.
そんなの無理。
That's impossible.
夜が明けてもまだクリスマス。
Still Christmas even after the sun rises. Wait, is this like a riddle? Can I solve this riddle? On Christmas Day, a woman looks up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Still Christmas, even after the sun rises.
おばさん、わかった。
Oh, I've got it.
どうして？
Huh? How?
どうしてクリスマスの次の日がまたクリスマスなの？
How can the day after Christmas be Christmas again? What?
エンジェも考えてみるがよい。
Think about it for yourself, Angie. Alright, well, I don't want to be... I'll think this one through, guys. Don't worry. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? I mean, clearly we're using the word Christmas. It's wordplay. We're using the word Christmas for two different things. The narration isn't being straightforward. Unreliable narrator. Catbox. Oh shit! No fucking way. Save and reload if I don't want to miss dialogue. It's too late. Ah! Ah! Oh, are we actually gonna save scum? I'm not above it. I'm not above it. Okay, tell me this now. Should I not save scum here? Alright, let me read this. You were not above it? Okay. On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Alright, if this is the case, then if we save beforehand, don't give me any hints then, unless I ask. Because if I'm gonna get this, then we're gonna do this. I'm assuming, honestly, I was not expecting. Eventually the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Then the man spoke. Okay, I'm sure your dream come true. Wait, I read that weird. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? Now this is weird. What in, okay. Eva already said she knows it's possible. This would not be much of a riddle if it was impossible. That wouldn't make much sense. to the presentation. Oh, fucking hell, that was loud. What the hell? I got startled by the fucking clicky noise. What the hell is this all about? Why do they why do they dial the clicky noise up so loud? Oh, my weak little heart was not ready for that. I was just moving my mouse. Bonus question, if it is possible, then how? That's not what I'm being asked. I'm being grilled. Chat is grilling me again. They're unsatisfied with my defeat during the main game. Now they're trying to come back at me on this, what's supposed to be fun episode 8. Little bonus quiz. Man. I can't win. I can't win with anyone. I can't. Everyone's upset with me. All right, let me think about it. I mean, I'll sit here and we'll just. I mean, this will be the stream if I just sit here, especially if we're gonna get multiple puzzles. I mean, eventually the night will end and morning will come. So it's saying night ends, morning comes. Do you really think I care? Yes. Everyone cares. If I've learned one thing, it's that people take things very seriously. Even things that should not be taken seriously can be taken seriously. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks... But, at the very least, this game is insulting my intelligence. Maybe it's because it's the first question, but why the hell... Who the hell would pick it's impossible? When Little Eva said, oh, I know. And, like, defeat doesn't make riddle sense, if that's the option. Come on, game. I digress. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Surely the person enters an almost year-long coma, and then they wake up. Night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more... Oh, Kinzo's giving me an easy start. I believe it. Then the man spoke, okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Night will end. Oh my god, this is one of those things where it's like, once you know the solution, it's probably very obvious. And so staring at someone who doesn't know the answer immediately, you're like, you're such an idiot. Move those gears in your brain. Night will end, morning will come. Once it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again. See, I was gonna say... So it already said establishes on Christmas Day. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Who's the man? We know the man isn't established. Also with this music, it sounds like I'm taking like a kindergarten test. I feel like I've been handed like... I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? All right, chat. Time to be honest. Honest with everyone here. No one will know except you. Did you get this answer? Did you know the answer before revealing it to yourself? Not the A B thing. I'm almost 100% confident this has to be A. All right, we got some honest Henrys. Honest Abes. Eventually night will end and morning will come. On Christmas Day. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and I'm hoping that like reading it over and over it's gonna come to me. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Then the man spoke, okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. I'll make your dream. You'll feel... Is it wordplay? It's gotta be wordplay of some sort. On Christmas Day, night will end and morning will come. Eventually, night will end, morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and becomes night once more, it could be Christmas? Is it... Is it a matter of just it could be Christmas again? I don't know. This is kind of a stretch here, but I'm saying like it's not saying that it would be Christmas the next day on the 26th, right? It's just saying, and it becomes night once more. It could be Christmas again a year from now. That seems like a stretch. I don't submit that answer. Don't take that into consideration. I'll make your dream come true for you. I don't think that's a part of the solution. Is such a thing possible? Okay, then the man spoke. The man. Who's the man? I'm the man. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. On Christmas Day. She looks up at the night sky. Looks up at night sky. It's gotta be a timing thing. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I can't. I'm racking my brain, and like I could keep sitting here. The things I establish, it's got to be, I assume, a timing thing. If it's some simple wordplay, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, I see. It is possible.
そうそう。
Yeah, that's right.
一日の間に夜って2回あるのよね。
After all, there are 2 nights in every day. Boo. Boo. Man, I was so close to it. Like, I knew it was a time. Fucking hell. Do I feel stupid? Well, yes. Every day I do. But that's... Do I feel slightly more stupid? Yes. I'm gonna say I was pretty close. I'm not right. I wasn't right. But I was pretty damn close. It was a timing thing. And it was a thing on words. Saying that there's 2 nights is kind of disingenuous, honestly, Eva. But whatever. Right. But I will say, for the coin, I assume I'm getting a coin here. I didn't have to choose the answer. I had to just say, it's possible. Now, other thing, unless it's a spoiler chat, please let me know. Should I be going for aiming for all the coins? I assume what you're saying is if there's missed dialogue, the best outcome would be getting all questions and all coins correct. Am I right? Should I be aiming for victory? Or should I be aiming to get something wrong? Okay. I'm gonna aim for all the coins. We're gonna do this. Right, December 25th starts at 12 midnight. Midnight is during the day, so that's the first night. Or during the night. Then, morning comes, and when night falls again, it's still the same day until midnight.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
そのどちらの夜も確かにクリスマスの日の夜よね。
And both of those nights are nights on Christmas Day. Honestly, I don't want Eva as a partner. She's making me feel... In her own special way, she's kind of making me feel even more dumb. Like me, the player. I don't want her. She's not helping. She's just rubbing in my face. Am I awesome? Am I awesome? With a delighted smile, Aunt Eva patted my head vigorously. Pat, 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 pat. Whoa! Well done, Angie.
難しい問題のつもりだったのにあっさり解かれてしまったわい。
I tried to make it a hard question, but you solved it like it was nothing. Also, we gotta talk about this. Were they like, all right, this is our final episode of Umineko here, basically, of the visual novel here? Are we actually gonna like, we're going all out. We're bringing gameplay back. I just find it very funny that now we've had 2 instances of this.
おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。
Congratulations, Angie-sama.
これが第一問正解のメダルでございます。
Here's a medal for getting the first question right. Am I enjoying tonight's Umineko yet? Yeah, this has got to be, what are we at? Part 85 or so? 86 something? Go down is the best part. Genji-san held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging me to take it. Thank you.
その調子で頑張るがよい。
Keep up the pace.
さあ、私の出題はおしまいだ。
Well now, that is all for my puzzle.
向こうへ行き、好きな人に話しかけてクイズを出してもらうがよい。
Head over there and ask whomever you choose for a quiz. It was a heavy gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pocket might burst. I'm gonna get so many that I can brag about it to everyone. After bowing to grandfather, I hurried off with Aunt Eva to where everyone else was gathered. That screen, okay. This is actually absurd. This almost feels like it's so like not in a bad way necessarily, but it feels so un-Umineko that it almost feels like, in a sense, dirty. It feels like this is like I shouldn't be partaking in this. It's not the true Umineko experience if it's not just text, sound, and a visual. Kinzo watched Angie go with a warm gaze.
ちょいと簡単すぎたかな。
Did I make it a bit too easy?
いいえ、
No.
ちょうど良かったと思います。
I think it was just right. Kinzo won't say anything here if you fail. Oh, well then, go me. Honestly though, who the hell fails that? I mean, Jesus. It's possible or it's impossible. If the answer was it's impossible, that would be actually the funniest thing. That they pulled the wool. Like they go like, no, you silly girl. You can't change the day like that again. I think it was just right.
源氏、
Genji.
私は良いおじいちゃんを演じられただろうか。
Have I managed to act the part of a good grandpa?
無論でございます。
Of course.
エンジェは幼い。
Angie is young.
そして体調を崩し、六軒島へ来ないことも多かった。
And she frequently grows sick and is unable to come to Rokenjima.
私をよく覚えてはいないだろう。
She probably won't remember me well. Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think of kindness as something they'll naturally receive. And because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly.
親の恩と同じです。
It is no different from gratitude to one's parents.
それを理解するには、エンジェ様もお年を重ねられる必要があるでしょう。
It will probably take Angie-sama many years before she understands.
やがては
Do you think
私のことを面白いおじいちゃんだったと思い出してくれるだろうか。
she will eventually remember that I was a fun grandpa?
はい、
Yes,
必ずです。
I'm certain of it. Kinzo's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Angie will get older, and she'll probably hear how the public at large regards Yashirimiya Kinzo. Yashirimiya Kinzo known by the public is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Andrew remember the face of Kinzo the tyrant, known of by the world, or that gently smiling face?
できるなら私の笑顔を思い出してほしいが、それは高望みであろうな。
I would hope for her to remember my smile if possible, but such a thing is probably too much to ask for. This is actually kind of sad. I mean, I'm not necessarily here to carry the water for Kinzo here as a character, but the sentiment, I guess, in general.
仕方あるまい。
There's no way around it.
子供とはそういうものだ。
That's what children are.
ベアとか。
Oh, it's you.
子供は優しさに飽食し、それを決して記憶にとどめぬ。
Children just eat up kindness, and it never remains in their memories.
あれが12年を経れば、後宮金蔵がどれほどの奇人変人であったかを知るだろう。
By the time 12 years have passed, she'll surely learn what a bizarre-centric Ishinomiya Kinzo was.
それに塗りつぶされ、そなたの笑顔など忘れ去られる運命よ。
Your smile is fated to be painted over by that and forgotten.
であろうな。
Oh, also, good to know that Kinzo won't say anything. You miss this dialogue if you get the question incorrect. I'm building up my strats for my Umineko speedrun. So, in theory, the best optimal speedrun is to get the quiz question there wrong to avoid some dialogue. Good to know. Because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish Umineko here by the end of the year. And then we're going to do a big old Umineko speedrun. I'm going to try to set the record. Kinzo says, most probably.
いくら甘やかせど報われぬ愛である。
No matter how much I spoil her, my love will not be rewarded.
だが、
However,
親の恩を思い出すのに長い時間をかけるように、
just as it takes a long time to remember what you owe your parents,
エンジェもやがてきっと思い出すだろう。
and you will surely remember someday.
そなたが孫にどのような笑顔で接していたのかをな。
She'll remember the smiles you showed her.
忘れてもよい。
Let her forget.
ただ一時私に向けて微笑んでくれただけで、私には何よりものメイドの土産になるのだ。
One smile from her is the greatest parting gift I could ever take with me when my time comes.
これが無償の愛の境地である。
This is the essence of unrewarded love.
祖父とは報われぬ存在であるな。
Guess grandfathers are always unrewarded.
報われておるとも。
Oh, but I have been rewarded.
先ほどのエンジェの微笑みが思い出せれば。
With Angie's smile just now to look back upon,
私は今夜お迎えが来ても一向に構わんぞ。
I could happily pass on in my sleep tonight. Whoa! With a lonely laugh, Kinzo spun around, setting his cape fluttering. This was all the love he could offer Angie as a grandfather. Part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. That was how unrewarded love worked. After looking at Kinzo's back, Beato stared at Angie's back again.
エンジェ、
Angie,
それでもいつか思い出してやれ。
even so, please remember it someday.
金蔵がそなたにどんな笑顔を見せていたのかをな。
Remember the smile that Kinzo once showed you. Okay, whose quiz should I take next? Do I get to pick? I'm going to challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they've thought up some interesting puzzles. There's Uncle Hideyoshi beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he's thought up a fun question. Mom and Dad are across from him. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He might be tough. Oh, he's gonna be tough. Over there is Aunt Rosa and Maria Oni-chan. Is this what this... It looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then, Maria Oni-chan glances over at me, saying, "Kihihihihi." She can be mean sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. That's like the difficulties. Beyond them are Battler Oni-chan, George Oni-chan, and Jessica Oni-chan. Battler Oni-chan is usually nice. But he sometimes says really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me get confused. I get the feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm me up. All the way over there, Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Cannon. Shannon knows about a lot of quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda-san and Kumasawa-san who are serving tea. Kumasawa-san might be tough. I kind of think she'll give me a really confusing problem. Looks like everyone might be pretty tough.
Angie-chan.
Angie-chan.
とっておきの問題を用意したで。
I've got a good one for you.
こっち来てや。
Over here. Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go?
秀吉おじさんのところ行ってみる？
Do you want to try Uncle Hideyoshi? Yeah.
順番なんて関係ない。
The order doesn't matter. Liar. You were literally just in your head saying like, maybe I should start with someone easier first.
だって私は全員に挑戦するんだから。
After all, I'm gonna challenge everyone. I rolled up my sleeves and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi. Alright, Hideyoshi, what you got?
よく来たな。
Whoa, here you are.
わしのは難しいで。
Mine's a tricky one, okay?
あなたが出す問題ってどんなのかしら？
I wonder what sort of question you'll give her.
あまり難しすぎるのを出しちゃダメよ。
Don't make it too hard, okay?
難しくてもいい。
It's okay if it's hard.
タカモン。
I'll solve it.
おお、頼もしいことや。
Is this where we... Alright, just out of, just don't even worry about it. Oh, looking pretty confident there.
ほな、行くで。
Just wipe the last few seconds out of your brain. Okay, here it comes. I trust myself, though. Honestly, 50 lashings if I get a question wrong, okay? After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question. Thank you for playing along. After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question.
わしのはな、なぞなぞやで。
Mine's a riddle.
いいか、よく聞いてや。
Listen closely now.
桃太郎の話は知ってるやろ？
You know the story of Momotaro, right?
川から桃がどんぶらこ？
The boy who floated down a river in a peach?
そや。
That's right.
しかしな、その川には甘栗が流れてきたんや。
But you know, one day an apple floated down that river.
甘栗？
An apple?
そうや。
Yup.
そしたら次の日にはな、イヨカンが流れてきたんや。
And the next day, a butternut squash floated down it.
イヨカン酸っぱいから嫌い。
I hate butternut squash.
その次の日にはな、今度はウリが流れてきたんや。
And then, the next day, some cabbage floated down it.
その次の日には枝豆が。
And the next day, a dill pickle did.
その次の日にはオクラが。
And the next day, an eggplant floated by. I think I've already got this. I've already noticed a pattern. Dude, if you want to tell me, dude, if you're like Austin, your brain just doesn't work. A, B, C, D, E.
その次の日には柿が流れてきたんや。
I'm too smart, dude. The thing is, once I gotta flaunt when I do actually get something right. I gotta flaunt it, all right? And the day after that, a fig did. Giggle.
変な話よね。
What a strange tale.
上流に八百屋さんでもあるのかしら。
Did a green dude? You say it in quotes as if it's a joke, but that's what everyone thinks. Everyone tunes into these streams and just goes, "What dumb thing is he gonna say? What is he gonna do today?" Did a green grocer live upstream or something?
さて、問題や。
Okay, here's the question.
その次の日には何が流れてきたと思う？
What floated down the river the next day? Huh?
おばさん、わかった。
I've got it.
エンジちゃんはわかる？
Do you get it, Angie-chan? Just a hint, the translation team did a good job here. Almost no Japanese was required in all quiz. Oh, yeah, that is a good point. That, like, at the very least, like... Yeah, they would have had to have, like, localize it, obviously, to make sense. Especially if you're doing, like, wordplay or, stuff like this where it's, like, letters and stuff. Do you get it, Angie-chan?
わかんない。
I don't get it.
じゃあヒントをあげるわね。
Then I'll give you a hint.
流れてきたものにはちゃんと順番があるのよ。
There's a pattern to the things that float down the river.
何の順番かわかるかしら？
Can you guess what that pattern is? Whoa!
そら大ヒントやな。
What a huge hint! I got it before that Eva hint. Oh my god, it's so loud. Jesus. Like this? It's like gunfire, dude. Okay. I don't know if it's as loud to you guys as it is to me. It might be more on my end. But still. Okay. What floated down the river the day after that? F, G, F, G. I'm gonna say lettuce. Final answer, Regis. A grapefruit. A. I know my ABCs.
わかった。
I know. Part of me wants to select the wrong answer just to see, like, Hideyoshi go, like, no. No. I know.
キャベツ。
It's a grapefruit.
そう正解よ。
That's right.
選択肢にはなかったけど、キュウリでもきっと正解ね。
It wasn't one of the choices, but green beans would have worked too. The names all followed the alphabet. Apple was A. Butternut squash was B. Cabbage was C. Kept going with D, E, and F. So, after F comes G. That's why the answer had to be something that started with G.
ありがとう。おばさんのヒントで解けた。
Thanks, Aunt Eva. I got it right thanks to your hint. Giggle.
エンジェちゃんが自分で解いたのよ。
You solved it by yourself, Angie-chan.
すごいわ。
Incredible.
いやいや、お見事や。
Yep. Nice work.
ほな、正解のメダルをあげような。
Now, here's your medal for getting it right. Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm. It felt heavy in my hand. Yeah, this is what victory feels like. I better keep it up. Do-do-do-do-do. I need, like, victory music playing.
わしな、エヴァの分もなのか、もう一枚メダルをもらっとんのや。
I've got another medal for Eva's puzzle,
しかし問題がもう思いつかんのや。
but I can't think of any more.
じゃあ私がエンジェちゃんに出題しちゃおうかな。
Then maybe I should give Angie-chan a puzzle. Huh?
エヴァおばさんが？
You will?
そうよ。
Sure.
お姫様への付き人からのクイズ。
How about a quiz for the princess from her attendant?
ちょっと面白いクイズが思いついたからぜひ挑戦してほしいのよ。
I've thought of a fun one, so please, have a go at it. Aunt Eva smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible, so of course, I want as many chances as I can get.
挑戦する。
Okay, I'll have a go at it. Right after I do a thing, don't even, not even worried about it.
その息よ。
Giggle, that's the spirit.
じゃあ出題するわね。
Okay, here it comes.
おばさんは旅行が大好きだって話はしたことがあったかしら？
We've talked about how I love to travel, haven't we? Yeah,
エヴァおばさんはよく海外旅行へ行くって言ってた。
you said you like traveling overseas a lot.
そうよ。
That's right.
だから旅行の問題を出すわね。
So, this will be a puzzle about traveling.
あるところに旅人がいたの。
There was a traveler in a certain place. That's
旅
vague.
人？
A traveler?
その旅人はまず北へ5キロ歩いたわ。
First, the traveler walked 5 kilometers north.
その問題、紙に書いた方がいい？
Should I write this down on a piece of paper?
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
そんな難しい問題じゃないから聞くだけで OK。
The puzzle isn't that hard, so listening to it will be enough.
旅人はまず北へ5キロ歩いた。
Traveler first walked 5 kilometers north.
そして次に東へ5キロ歩いた。
Then he walked 5 kilometers to the east. That's 3. Honestly, I should try. Let's translate it to miles. Us crazy Americans don't understand kilometers. So yeah, so the traveler first walked 3.10686 miles north. Then he walked 3.10686 miles to the east.
そして次には南へ5キロ歩いたの。
Then he walked 5 kilometers to the south.
北へ5キロ、
5 kilometers north,
東へ5キロ、
5 kilometers east,
南へ5キロ。
5 kilometers south.
この字みたいに歩いたの？
You mean like a blocky N?
そういうことやな。
That's right.
スタート地点から東に 5km の地点にいる計算になるで。
So he'd end up at a spot 5 kilometers to the east of where he started.
そのはずでしょう。
That's what you think, right?
ところがなんと旅人はスタート地点に戻ってしまっていたの。
But incredibly, this traveler ended up in the exact same spot he started.
こんなおかしなことってありえると思う？
Is something so mysterious possible?
そんなことあるわけないで。
There's no way!
方位磁石がいかれたんとちゃうか？
His compass must have gone crazy.
そんなのじゃないわよ。
Of course it didn't.
エンジェちゃん、わかる？
Do you know, Angie-chan?
方位磁石のせいじゃないの？
It wasn't because of his compass.
これは謎謎？
Is this a play on words?
いいえ、ちゃんとしたクイズよ。
No, this is a real quiz.
ヒントはね、地球儀でよく考えてみて。
For a hint, why don't you try thinking about a globe? A globe? There was a certain traveler. Walked 5... See, here's the thing. This is the type of, like, riddle thing that I swear I've heard in my life before. Like, I'm like, almost confident. Oh, wait. A very hot place. A very cold place. Oh, I see what it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard a riddle that's, like, based like this before. I'm going to, again, assume C is an answer that's insulting my intelligence. So basically, I think it's asking, are they on the, like, the equator, right? Or are they on the North Pole? Something like that. Like, where if you think of, like, a globe, you're thinking, like, okay, is their starting position, like, in the fucking hot place, or is it a very cold place? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how you would handle it otherwise, but the fact that they break down the answers... The fact that they break down the answers like this kind of feels like they're like, we don't trust you to... But I assume I'm right. Now, here's... this is where... this is where I get the... this is where I get booed at when I'm wrong. A very hot place would be like, especially if we're thinking about a globe, and it's like on the equator or something of a planet, of a thing. Exact same place he started. If he were to start at the very top or bottom of a globe, say on a pole, and if you walk 5 kilometers north, east. I mean, I guess if you're on the pole, then there's like, if you're on the pole, there's no such real thing. I'm not saying there's not a real thing such as east, north, west, or south. I'm saying like you can't. It would be like you're walking in place or something like that. Final answer. B. Clank, clank, clank. B. I got it.
とても寒い場所。
It's a really cold place.
そこはすごい寒いよ。
Yeah, it must be incredibly cold there.
大正解。
Perfect.
すごいわ。エンジェちゃんの年でわかるなんて本当に天才よ。
Eva making me feel dumb again. Angie-chan, you must really be a genius to get something like that at your age.
南極点がスタート地点だったなら、北に進み東に進んでもそれは南極点に対して円を描いて回ってるのと同じや。
If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole.
だから南へ進めばまた南極点に戻るだけの話っちゅうわけや。
So anytime you head south again, that just takes you right back to the South Pole.
とっておきの難しい問題のつもりだったんだけど、
I tried to make it an extra hard puzzle. Shut up, Eva.
エンジェちゃんは本当にすごいわ。
But Angie-chan was just too good.
おめでとさんや。
Okay, so to be honest, before the globe hint was provided and before the answers, my brain immediately first was thinking it had to be something about running in place, which wouldn't make, or walking in place, which wouldn't make much sense because it's like, it specifically says like walk northeast and you can't necessarily do that. I was thinking something along the lines when before I really thought it through. It was like, oh, I was like, they're on a treadmill or something, and then you just like point the treadmill in a certain direction, you know? Because technically then you are facing a certain direction and you're walking a certain thing, but you're not actually going any distance. So honestly, that's my final answer. Treadmill. Congrats!
ほな、これがもう一枚のメダルや。
Here's another medal for you. I got a heavy gold-colored medal. All right, I did it. Annie and I held up our fists in celebration.
さあ、これでわしらの問題はおしまいや。
I mean, honestly, I think it's a pretty good solution. It's a good line of thinking, I think. In my opinion. Okay, that's all for our puzzles.
他の人に問題を出してもらうといいで。
Go ask one of the others to give you one.
ありがとう秀吉おじさん。
Okay, thank you, Uncle Hideyoshi.
エヴァおばさんは賢いで。
Your aunt's really
二
clever.
人一緒ならメダルもザックザクや。
With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals right and left.
そうよ。ザックザクよ。
Yep, that's right. Yeah,
一緒に頑張ろうヘバおばさん。
let's do our best together, Aniva. I dashed away. Who will I ask next? Next. Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling. Do-do-do-do-do. Hideyoshi and Eva watched as Angie ran off happily, looking for the next quiz.
あんなにも可愛らしい笑顔を浮かべられる子なのに、
Even though that kid can wear such a cute smile,
私がそれを奪うのね。
I will be the one who takes that away from her.
エヴァ。
Eva. Eva hung her head. A single tear sparkled in her eye.
彼女の気持ちを考えれば、それは当然のことなのよ。
Her reaction was only natural considering how she felt.
でも、私はそれを受け止めきれなかった。
But I wasn't able to see past and accept her feelings.
しゃあない。
It can't be helped.
お前かて人間やで。
You're as human as anyone else.
そうそう人間割り切れるもんとちゃう。
Humans tend to be more fragile than you'd think.
それでも、私が悪いのよ。
Even so, it was my fault.
仮にも一児を育てた母だったのよ。
After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right?
あの子の母親に私はなるべきだった。
I should have become her mother.
なのに私は悲しみに溺れ、それをしなかった。
And yet, I let sadness overwhelm me, and I didn't do it at all.
しゃあないしゃあない。
It can't be helped, I tell you.
お前だけが悪いわけとちゃうで。
I don't think you're the only one at fault.
そんなに自分を責めたらあかん。
You shouldn't blame yourself so much. By now, Eva was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook.
私はなんて罪を。
What a sin I've committed.
悲しいのは私もあの子も全く同じだった。
My sadness was no greater than hers.
なのに私は自分の方が悲しいと決めつけて、あの子の気持ちを全く受け止めなくて。
And yet, I decided that I was suffering the most, so I didn't accept her feelings.
私は母失格なんだわ。
And I'm a failure of a mother.
あの子の母になってあげられなかった。
I wasn't able to become a mother for her.
いいえ、
That's wrong.
あなたは頑張ってくれたわ、エヴァ姉さん。
You did your best for her, Eva-san.
キリエさん、
Kairi-san. Kairi and Rudolph are standing behind Eva now.
あなたがエンジェと打ち解けようといろいろな努力をしてくれたことを知っているわ。
I know the lengths you went to keep the truth from Angie.
姉貴はよく耐えてくれたぜ。
You held out well, Aneki.
そんな姉貴の苦労も知らず、うちの娘が本当に迷惑をかけたな。
Guess that daughter of ours really has been a pain, and clueless about how much you suffered. After the accident in Rokkenjima, Eva, the only one who left Rokkenjima alive, adopted Angie, the girl who had been absent and survived. While they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. Eva tried to show affection for Angie, her last remaining blood relative. She tried to become Angie's new mother, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Angie wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Eva, the only one who had returned alive, for stealing her parents away from her. Eva, understanding the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood these attacks. She grit her teeth and poured all of her affection into Angie, affection that went ignored. However, the wounds Eva herself bore were also extremely deep. She was never rewarded for her sad efforts, and the future in front of her grew dark.
あ
Damn.
なたはエンジェにジョージ君に注いだのと同じ愛情を与えようとしてくれたわ。
Game trying to make me feel bad for Eva? Again? You tried to show Angie the same affection you once showed George-kun.
でもそれは私だけの独りよがりでエンジェちゃんには全く届かなかった。
But that was just for my own satisfaction. Angie-chan never felt any of it.
それを受け止めなかったのはエンジェだ。
Angie was the one who couldn't accept it. We watch episode 4 and go, wasn't Eva a terrible person? Yeah. Yep. Yep.
姉貴のせいじゃない。
It isn't your fault.
6歳のエンジェちゃんにそれを求めるなんて酷よ。
But who could possibly ask that Angie-chan was, when she was just 6 years old?
それでも私が気持ちを伝えられるようもっともっと
I
耐
should
え
have
な
held
ければならなかったのに。
I should have held out much, much longer until she could understand my feelings.
エヴァ姉さん、
Eva-san,
これだけは信じて。
I want you to believe one thing.
私たちはあなたを責めてなんかいないのよ。
We don't blame you in the slightest.
キリエさん、
Kairi-san,
エンジェのために深く深く傷ついてくれてあ
Thank
り
you.
がとう。
Thank you so much for suffering so long for Angie's sake.
あの子に人の心があるならいつか必ずあなたが注いでくれた愛情に気がついてくれるはず。
If that kid has a human heart, then I'm sure she'll recognize the affection you showed her someday.
ありがとう、姉貴。
Thank you, Aneki.
俺たちはいつまでも感謝してるんだぜ。
We'll always be grateful.
よかったな、エヴァ。
Isn't that wonderful, Eva?
お前の頑張りはな。
Your efforts. Your efforts. Alright. Keep going, Hideyoshi. Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed. Oh, Eva. Oh, Eva.
いかがですか、エンジェ様。
How are you doing, Angie-sama?
よろしければぜひこのゴーダにも挑戦していただけませんか。
If you wish, I, Goda, would be pleased to challenge you.
このクマさんも難しい問題を用意しましたよ。
And I, Kumasawa, have a very tricky puzzle for you.
難しい問題でもへっちゃら。
It doesn't matter how hard it is. I think that likewise that scene wouldn't be shown if you got Eva or Hideyoshi's questions wrong. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I only get I only get the sad, hey, pity the character scenes. They tried so hard. If I'm a good little boy and select the correct answers during the quizzes. It does seem to make sense. It doesn't matter how hard it is.
エンジェ一人だけじゃないもん。
I'm not alone.
エヴァおばさんと一緒に解くわ。
I'll solve it with Aunt Eva. Eva's like fucking her eyes are full of tears. Yeah, I'm coming to solve the puzzle with you. Goda and Kumasawa offer to challenge me. I'll have to go up against everyone in the end, so it doesn't matter who comes next. I waved at Aunt Eva to hurry up, and she ran toward me.
今度はこの二人が出題？
So, we're challenging this pair next?
どっちから挑戦する？
Who will we start with?
じゃあ、ゴーダさん。
Okay, Goda-san.
はいはい、かしこまりました。
Very well, as you wish.
それでは問題を出させていただきます。
Here is my puzzle.
難しいですよ。
I'll warn you, it's a toughie.
それでも解く。
I'll still solve it.
コツはもう分かったもん。
I've gotten the knack of it.
エンジェちゃんを甘く見ちゃダメよ。
You better not underestimate, Angie-chan. Right? Right.
それはそれは。
My, my.
それではゴーダらしく台所とお料理の問題を出させていただきます。
Well then, being the humble chef that I am, here's a puzzle about food in the kitchen.
今度は共闘しましょう。
We'll fight together this time.
わからないときはおばさんを頼ってね。
If you don't get it, just ask me to lend a hand.
何かヒントを出せるようにするわ。
I'll give you a hint.
ヒントもらうと、メダルはもらえない？
If I get a hint, doesn't that mean I won't get a medal?
メダルとは関係ないから、じゃんじゃん頼ってね。
It won't affect your medals at all, so feel free to ask away. Not to put pressure on me, I think I only got like 2 wrong at first. Oh boy. Oh shit, there, look, we even get a Aunt Eva question, or fucking, button. Button. Wait, so he doesn't even read the question? They just throw this at me and they're like, here you go. In a witch's house, there was a magic kitchen. Every day, it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch. Every day, it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned at an appointed time. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all the food greeted her. Welcome home, great witch. I've made some vegetable stew for you, said the stew in the pot. Welcome home, great witch. Please quickly dip me in the stew and eat me, said the hard bread. Welcome home, great witch. You must be thirsty. Please drink me right away, said the white wine. Welcome home, great witch. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away, said the ice cream dessert. Now then, one of these is lying. Which one is it? What? They're all lying. The food can't speak. Every day it would serve a freshly made meal. Alright, so immediately, where's my head going? I guess my head immediately... The first thing my question, my thing is, if it's talking about how she stayed late, then that means that it seems as if which of these is presented in a way so that it doesn't look like it's fresh. And if you have fresh bread, or if you make bread fresh and then it sits there for a while because she was working very late, then it says it's hard bread. And I mean, bread can be hard though, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, am I reading too much into hard bread? Hard bread. Hard bread. Stale bread. Bread that's been sitting out for some time. White wine. Or is it something crazy? The other thing I'm thinking is like, okay, along those logic lines, like the process of making wine, right? Or... Maybe I'm thinking of, like... Maybe I'm overthinking. Hard bread, I think, is correct. Bread can become hard. Just ask Eva, get more dialogue too. Okay, well then I'm gonna lock in my answer first before the hint. Like ideal. Like I'm just thinking, right? I'm gonna lock in hard bread because I think hard bread, it's not fresh. It's been sitting there. Everything else, like ice cream dessert, ice cream is gonna melt if it's just sitting there, right? Or something like that. Let me ask Eva. I'm locked before the Eva hint. I'm saying bread though. I've got it.
ヒントはね、魔女の帰りが普段よりとても遅くなったってところよ。
The hint here is that the witch got home much later than usual.
普段より遅いと何かあるの？
What happens when she gets home later than usual?
よく考えて。
Think carefully.
いつもの決まった時間に出来たてのご飯を作っておいたのよ。
Food is always freshly made and served at the usual time, right?
ということは、それよりずっと帰りが遅くなったら、
So,
どうなっちゃうかしら？
what happens when she gets home long after that? What a hint, Eva. I'm sticking with my answer. B, bread. Final answer, Regis.
わかんない。
Uh-oh. Am I wrong? No! Go back. What do you mean I'm wrong? I can't be wrong! I don't get it.
食べ物が喋るなんておかしいもん。
Food can't talk.
いやいえ、これはそういうおとぎ話。
Like, I don't even wanna listen to him. Shut up. What do you mean?
メダルとは関係ないから、じゃんじゃん。
I gotta try harder. Okay, so that's the thing. I was saying hard bread could be a thing. Alright, fucking hell. Alright, let me think this through again. Okay, because I don't want to just select it. That's no fun. The stew. Every day, it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all the food greeted her. Dude, I'm gonna be pissed because I'm thinking of this the wrong way. I'm thinking of it's ice cream, isn't it? And it's about the fucking melt or something. If that's the answer, I'm thinking of this a different way. I'm thinking, oh, the food did a good thing by making itself right as she came in. Like, oh, they're doing such a nice thing for her. And that since the ice cream wasn't all melty, that then it's good. But that's not the question. I misinterpreted the riddle then, if that's the case. I'm thinking the riddle is asking which of these foods would made itself at the usual time and screwed her over, when it maybe is seemingly asking, am I making sense? When assumingly it's asking, oh, which one of these made itself at the normal time, but then wouldn't be like it is. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Okay. So I misinterpreted the riddle. I thought oh, which of the food wasn't being a good little piece of food and made itself too early. But that's not the case. It's saying, and I'm thinking wrong. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna go with dessert, ice cream.
Ice cream!
Alright, it's not my fault. This doesn't count again. Just me. Faulty question, alright? Faulty written question, because I even said the ice cream thing. You can't even lie to me. I said the ice cream thing. I even was working through them and I said ice cream melts. So, and then I said, so that would mean it would have to have been made for her when she was working late. It's basically a question of, did the food know she was working late? Was the food aware? Did they know? Did they tell them in advance? Did she say, hey, I'm going to be working late tonight? Was the food like, hey, let's do a nice thing for the witch and make ourselves later? Did they know? Where is it? Did they know? Did the food know? Copium? The ice cream!
魔女は帰りがすごく遅かったんだから、その頃にはもう溶けちゃってる。
Bullshit. The witch got back really late, so the ice cream would have melted.
だから食べられない。
So she couldn't eat it.
さすが。
Also, again, faulty. Even if it's ice cream, melted ice cream is still technically ice cream. And she says, oh, it would have melted. She couldn't eat it. False. People eat... I can't even speak anymore. People... I'm so mad. People eat melty ice cream all the time. Some people prefer it that way. So that's bullshit too, kind of. I mean, whatever. Nicely done.
どう？
Hard bread. I'm over here reading too hard into hard bread. And I even said bread can be hard. God. But I thought it meant like stale. Stale bread. God, I'm coping so hard, dude. I'm throwing out everything I can. Nicely done, see?
エンジェちゃんは本当に賢いでしょ。
Angie-chan is a clever girl, isn't she?
おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。
Congratulations, Angie-sama.
感服いたしました。
Very impressive.
このゴーダの腕によりをかけた難問がこうもあっさり解かれてしまうとは。
How quickly you saw through that puzzle that I go to put all my efforts into.
全然簡単だったもん。
It was totally easy.
エヴァおばさんの問題の方が難しかった。
And Eva's puzzle was harder. Also, Eva's hint sucked ass.
ありがとう。
Giggle, thanks.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
こちらが私の問題に正解したご褒美のメダルでございます。
This medal is your prize for answering my question correctly.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Okay, that was easy. Now let's take a shot at Kumasawa-san's puzzle.
次は私でございますね。
Looks like I'm up next.
ではとっておきの難しい問題でエンジェ様を試してみましょうね。
I know, it's almost like a trap. They keep saying like, oh, these questions are so easy. Oh, and then the characters go, did I make it too easy for her? Just like if you fail, then it's like, it just really wants to just throw it at you. Now let's test Angie-sama with my specially made super hard puzzle.
では参りますよ。
Are you ready?
難しいって
How
どのくらい？
hard is it?
それは挑戦してみてのお楽しみ。
You'll have to wait and see.
それでは私はサバのデザートの問題を出しましょう。
And now, let the mackerel dessert puzzle begin.
サバのデザート？
Mackerel dessert.
熊沢さんのこと、きっとおかしな問題に違いないわ。
This is Kumasawa-san we're talking about. So you can bet it'll be a strange one.
注意してかかりましょう。
Be careful. Okay. Wow, yeah, they don't even have you read anything. The cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredients except sabara, whatever. Mackerel and leftovers. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. Which letter did you change? By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. So this word I'm looking at. I was looking at, okay, so before I started looking at these, I was looking at the letters in mackerel and leftovers, but I think I'm supposed to look at these. Ingredients except so what word is close to be se by changing just a single letter. Abara. Also, A. There's so many A's. There's so many A's, dude. Although maybe it's not just changing. It could be like maybe mixing up the letters a bit, you know? Unless I am supposed to look at mackerel and leftovers. But that doesn't make sense. There's no B. Which is a misreading. The cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert. Dinner was prepared except for dessert, but he had no ingredients except mackerel and leftovers. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. A grand dessert out of those leftovers. What letter did he change? Hard bread. Think about the hard bread. Alright, let me think here. I'm hunched over. Alright, Eva. And Eva, do you get it?
一文字を足せばって言うんだからダジャレみたいな答えに違いないわ。
She says you have to change one letter, so the answer is probably some sort of word game.
サバに一文字を加えてデザートにならないか考えて。
Her choice of words is suspicious, to say the least. Try and think of some kind of dessert that you can make by changing a letter in.
わかった。
Ah, I've got it. Huh?
なになに
What is it? What is it?
とにかく語尾に一文字を足してみて。
Forget changing a whole letter. You only need to change one line.
それがまさに答えそのものだから。
In fact, that pretty much gives you the answer. One line. Oh, fuck me. I hate. Also, yeah, fuck Eva. Her hint is less. No, her hint is just like, oh, look at me, I got the answer. Oh, silly little girl. I got it. Dessert, desert. It's Sahara. Honestly, dude. Fuck Kumasawa. The answer is C. Final answer. How did I figure it out? Because I literally... What was... Can I go back to read the text? So, I was thinking of Sabara. Or Sabra. I don't know how to pronounce this word, so fuck me. But, like... I kept the first thing I said, if you were listening carefully, I said something about banana because I was like, oh, the letters kind of look like banana if I was to change like S to an N or something. I know that's not right, but I was saying something along those lines. But then when I had said Sabara, I was thinking like in my head, I did just go like, oh, that's like, this is going to sound weird, but I was like Sabara, like Sahara, because I was trying to figure out how to pronounce this. And so I was like, is it like Sahara, like the Sahara Desert? And then when we came back from Eva's hint, I immediately, and then I was like, oh, that's funny, desert, dessert. And then I was like, oh. And then I immediately looked at this and saw I was missing an S. And then I was like, I gotta be right. So that was the line of logic there. It sounds like, it sounds crazy, but that's basically what it was. It was me going like, how do I, which is funny because learning how to pronounce this isn't even part of the riddle. But I was like, Sabara. And then when we were going away, I was like, oh, it's like, is it like Sahara? You fool. Final answer. B to an H. But yeah, fuck Kumasawa. This riddle sucks ass, dude. I got it. The letter is B. If you change the B in Sabara to an H, you get Sahara. Also, canon-wise, they're telling these riddles to her over words, right? So Kumasawa would have had to have said, hey, she would have said dessert, and then if she wasn't, unless she was really like fucking with her, you would have to, see, I don't believe that. I don't take that they wrote down the riddle and then are handing it to her. So she would have had to say desert, and then it would have been like, Kumasawa, did you have a stroke? Did you mean to say dessert? Whatever. I'm getting mad over a game. I shouldn't be. Oh. Yeah, that definitely could be something where it's like, it was completely different in Japanese, and then this was the best they could do. I'm not envious of the position. That's correct. The last line said you could make a grand dessert, or desert, out of Sabara. Not desert. I figured out a trick in Japanese and English. Am I awesome? Am I awesome? You're so smart, Angie-chan. You deserve a pat on the head. Pat, pat. Haha. I like it when you do that. Just change a single letter and even mackerel can make a fine desert. Are you starting to see mackerel's true power?
そんなダジャレでデザートをサバにした日には私の首が飛んでしまいそうです。
The day I'm forced to serve a joke like that for dessert, I imagine heads will roll. I wouldn't like it either. I like ice cream for dessert. Of course. By the way, we shouldn't be worried, should we? What about tonight's dessert?
厨房でサバのフルーツパフェが皆さんを驚かそうと待ち構えておりますよ。
I can hardly wait to surprise everyone with the mackerel fruit parfait waiting there in the kitchen. No! Everyone burst out laughing. For some time after that, I was tormented by the terrifying image of a parfait neatly topped with mackerel chunks. What a shame.
エンジェ様に素敵なご褒美をあげないよう邪魔をしてやろうと知恵を絞った問題がこんなにもあっさり解かれるとは。
I tried so hard to stop Angie-sama from getting that prize, but she solved my best riddle like it was nothing. Though she said that, Kumasawa smiled. A gold-colored medal glittered in her wrinkly hand. Angie took it.
さあ、これで私たちの問題はおしまいですよ。
Well then, that's all for our puzzles.
この調子でどんどんメダルを手に入れて親方様から素敵なご褒美を獲得してくださいね。
Please keep up the pace, get more and more medals, and win that splendid prize from the master. Okay, thank you. I'll keep it up. We did it, Aunt Eva. Hehehe.
この調子でどんどん行きましょう。
Let's keep it up. We rushed away. Okay, who should we take on next? I smile for the camera every time a medal is acquired.
隠れておどおどしていた幼子が
It seems that all of a sudden the tiny girl who used to hide and tremble in Kairi-sama's shadow
いつの間にかあんなに元気になって
has grown to be so bright and cheery.
親族会議を重ねるたびに若者の成長を感じるものです。
With each passing family conference, one can feel the growth of those youngsters.
あと数年も経てば園児様も恋を覚え化粧を覚え
After just a few more years more, Angie-sama will surely learn of love, of Meika.
やがては一人前のレディーに成長されるのでしょうね。
And will eventually grow to become a true lady.
そうですね。
Very true.
普通に年月を重ねてくださったなら
If she grows normally with the passing time, that is. A cruel fate will force the chick called Angie into a lonely future. If an egg isn't warmed, it won't hatch. The egg she is now will not be warmed by anyone, and will not hatch.
エンジェ様は冷え切った卵のまま
Inside that frozen egg?
孤独な未来を迎えるほかないのでしょうか。
Will Angie-sama have no choice but to face an isolated future?
卵の殻はいつだって内側から破られるもの。
An eggshell can always be broken from the inside.
冷え切った殻はとてもとても硬いでしょうが、それでも破れぬものではありません。
A cold shell may be very, very hard, but that doesn't mean it cannot be broken.
エンジェ様にその強さがあるでしょうか。
Does Angie-sama have the strength to do that?
それを得ることができるか否か。
Is she capable of achieving that or not?
それがこの最後のゲームと聞いています。
I hear that question is what this final game is all about.
私たちはもっとメッセージを送るべきではないでしょうか。
Perhaps we should have sent her a clear message.
せめて温められぬ卵なら殻が割りやすいよう少しでも外から叩くとか。
If the egg cannot be warmed, could we not at least strike it from the outside to make it easier to crack?
自らの殻を割る力もないヒナを無理に卵の外へ出せば。
If a chick without the power to break its own shell is forced outside of the egg,
寒風に耐えることはできないでしょうね。
it won't be able to withstand the cold winds.
エンジェ様はその力とたくましさを自ら得なければならないのです。
Angie-sama will have to find that power and resilience herself.
ですから、
But-
その私たちは
I cut him
な
off.
んとか伝えることはできないんでしょうか。
Can we not somehow explain that power and resilience to her?
言葉とは与えられるものでなく受け止めるものです。
Words mean nothing if they are merely given. They must also be accepted.
私たちが何を与えようともエンジェ様が受け止めなければ何の意味もない。
No matter what we try to give Angie-sama, it'll be meaningless unless she accepts it.
そうですね。
You're right.
私たちが何を伝えてもエンジェ様が耳を貸さなければ意味がない。
No matter what we try to tell her, it won't matter unless she listens.
見守るしかないんですよ、私たちには。
We could do nothing but watch over her.
馬を水場に連れて行くことはできても飲ませることはできないのですから。
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
エンジェ様がより良い未来を自ら選択してくれることを
We can do nothing
祈るしかありませんな。
but pray that Angie-sama chooses a better future for herself.
エンジェ様が諦めと悲しみを紛らわせるためだけの怒りに身を任せず、
If Angie-sama does not abandon herself to anger for the sole purpose of distracting herself from her resignation and sadness,
本当にエンジェ様が求めておられるたった一つの願いに純粋であってさえくれれば、
if she can just be honest about that one single wish that she truly desires more than anything else,
彼女は絶対に自分の一番の願いを叶えることができるでしょう。
then you can be certain that she will make her greatest wish come true.
皮肉なものです。
It is ironic
その一番の願いを自ら一番最初に否定されているのですから。
Since the very beginning, she has been denying that greatest wish of hers herself.
笑う門に福来たる。
Laughter brings happiness.
泣きっ面に恥。
Tears bring misfortune.
信ずる者は救われる。
Those who believe will be saved.
人の思いが、その強さが、自分の未来を自ら生み出すのです。
People have the power to create their own futures by the strength of their emotions. Kumasawa dropping bars here.
せめてその言葉だけでもかけてあげたいものですが。
I wish we could just let her hear those words.
バトラ様も厳しい。
Battler-sama is very strict.
そのような言葉さえも許さず、エンジェ様が自分の力だけで築いてくれることを願っている。
He's hoping that Angie will realize it by her own power alone, and is not permitting even words of this nature to be told to her.
私たちには見守ることしかできないのですね。
Seems we could do nothing but watch over her.
だから、せめて祈りましょう。
And so, let us at least pray.
彼女が最も望む未来をその手につかめるように。
Pray that she grasps the world she desires most with her own hands.
おや、私どもご指名ですか。
Oh, have you selected me? Yeah,
どうせ全員に挑むもん。ね
I'll have to face everyone sooner or later.
えおばさん。
Right, Aunt Eva?
ね
Right?
さ、私たちに問題を出してちょうだい。
Come on, let's have a puzzle.
サクサク解いちゃうんだから。
We'll solve it in a flash. Oh.
そうですか、そうですか。
I see, I see.
では、とっておきの問題を出さないといけませんな。
And it seems I must make it a good one.
源氏、
Genji,
お前も何か出題してやるがいい。
you should give her one as well.
とっておきをな。
A tough one.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
それでは、とっておきを。
In that case, a tough one it shall be. Whoa. I'd hope that Genji-san would give me a simple puzzle, but now he's saying it'll be tough. Scary. But I'll beat both of them. I can't let myself get scared.
では、私から参りましょう。
Then let us start with mine.
私はお医者さんですからな。
I am a doctor,
救急車の問題でも出すとしましょう。
and the least favorite character of this whole game, so how about an ambulance puzzle? Great. When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. If you add an emergency to that, you'll get an ambulance. If blank is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. What number goes in that? Hint, the difference between the two cards is half an emergency. The word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. If you add an emergency to that, you'll get... If you add an emergency to that, you'll get an ambulance. When that is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. What number goes in that? Is this truly a math problem? Because if it is, then you could just I mean, this was the best tactic in school when you got word problems in math class. And it's multiple choice. You got time? Just put in each one, see which one works. If you add an emergency, it sounds the same as the number 9 twice. If you add that to an emergency, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. Does that mean 99 or 18? I'm going to say 99. If you add an emergency to that, you get an ambulance. What does that mean you get an ambulance? If you add an emergency to that, you'll get an ambulance. If that is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. Police car? What number goes in the question marks? The difference between the two cars is half an emergency. Bruh. If you add an emergency to that, If you add an emergency to the number, you get an ambulance. If that is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. One number goes in, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't think this is a math problem, is it? in the normal sense. Okay, let me I am so, my brain is not in, I gotta say, when I did not sign up for word puzzles tonight. At worst, I wanted to just select more chocolate cake. When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. The word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. The word emergency in Japan sounds like the number 9 twice. 99. If you add an emergency to this, you'll get an ambulance. If you add an emergency, so 99, to that, you'll get an ambulance. Nine. An ambulance. Get a police car. What number goes in the question marks? The difference between the two cars is half an emergency. Half an emergency. If it means half an emergency, then it would just be 9, right? Between the two cars, is I would assume what that hint is pointing to. So then you just have to, again, you can maybe do the math. 99 to that, you'll get an ambulance. What two numbers could be, what difference would then be 9? I'm trying to see if I can solve it without Eva first. Jesus. Add an emergency to 9. 9. I'm trying to keep it straight. If you add an emergency, so 99 to a number. So let's just work through them. 99, that would be 114. You'll get an ambulance. So ambulance 114, sure. 114, that is if 114 is subtracted from that, that would get 16. 16 minus if 5 is subtracted from this, so 125, 99 plus 5 is 104. 126 minus 104 is 22. 104, 120. If 5 is subtracted, 125 minus 104. 125 minus 104 is 21. That's not half an emergency. B. Dude, if I had a piece of paper, I have paper, but I'm just trying to do it all mentally, but like my brain is trying to keep the numbers separate in my head. 10. If you add 10 to 99, you get 109. If you subtract 10 from that, 120. 120 minus 109 is 11. That's not half an emergency either. C. 15. 15. 15 to 99, that's 114. If 15 is subtracted from this, you get 125. 130 minus 15, I mean, is 115. 115. If you add 114, that's 1. But if you get bigger, then this is going to get further away from it, right? What does half an emergency mean? I'm going to ask Eva. No, let me just do my due diligence. D, if you add an emergency 99 to 20, 20, 99, is 119. You'll get an ambulance. 119. If 20 is subtracted from that, 110. The difference then starts becoming... Well, I guess no, technically... Because it's not saying you have to subtract one certain one first. It's just saying the difference between the two numbers. The two cars. So, if you add an emergency... Let's do this again, because I interrupted myself. 99 plus 20 is 119. 120 is that. 119... When 20 is subtracted 1 from 130, 20, 110, 119 minus 110 is 9. That would be half the emergency. I was getting caught up because I'm like, oh, negative numbers, but it's just saying the difference between the two cars. It's not saying which one you have to go first. My final answer is going to be D, but let's ask Ava. The question mark is a number? But emergency is a word. You can't add a number to a word, right?
救急ってのがなんだかダジャレっぽいわね。
That part sounds like some kind of word game.
ほら、救急って99とも聞こえない？
QQ. After all, QQ means emergency and Q means 9. If you write two nines together, it looks like 99, doesn't it?
つまり、ハテナに99を足すと救急車になるってこと？
So, if you add something to 99, you get an ambulance?
ハテナ足す99で出てくる数字がどうして救急車になるのかしら？
Why does some number added to QQ get you an ambulance?
わかった。
Again, Ava, you ask Eva and she just rubs in your face that she gets the answer to herself. Ah, I've got it.
え、本当？
Huh? Really?
なになに？どうして？
Hey, what is it?
ヒントね。
I'll give you a hint.
救急車じゃない赤いランプの車とはパトカーのことよ。
You've got a big advantage here that most people around the world don't have.
もうわかったんじゃない？
Then again, even people from other countries can narrow it down to just down to two answers with a little math. So there, I think it's saying that because I'm not some expert in Japanese emergency numbers. Let me just out of pure 25. If you add 99 to 25, you get 124. If that 105, that would be 124 minus 105 is 19. Does not have an emergency either. Okay, D. Final answer, locking it in. 20!
20に99を加えると119。
I love how the game is specifically saying, hey, if you're not in Japan and you don't know the service numbers, with a little bit of math, you got it, son. I'm like, yeah, I do. Emergency sounds like 99. If you add 20 to that, you get 119.
救急車を呼ぶ番号。
That's the emergency number for ambulances.
130から20を引くと110。
And if you subtract 20 from 130, you get 110.
こっちはパトカーを呼ぶ番号ね。
That's the emergency number for calling the police. I always like this sprite. I like this sprite. We've seen it a couple times now where it's like fist and finger. That's the emergency number for calling the police.
お見事、正解だ。
No, I sneezed. Splendid. That is correct.
やはりエンジェさんは頭が柔軟ですな。
I knew you were a quick thinker, Angie-san. Oh, I'm so quick with that one.
おー、やるではないか、エンジェ。
Oh, well done, Angie.
さすが賢いぞ、我が孫よ。
What a wise granddaughter I have.
おめでとう。
Congratulations.
これはあんたのメダルだ。
This medal belongs to you. But what was that about the difference between the two being half an emergency? Heh, yeah, we didn't really need that part. If you use that hint, you can make a pretty good guess at the answer, even if you forgot what the emergency numbers were. Huh? Why is that being thrown there? Okay. That seems like some added text or something. Okay, at any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine. Okay, now I'll defeat Genji 2 and get another one.
そうそう、その息よ。
Yes, that's the spirit.
どんどん解いていっちゃいましょう。
Feels like added for the translation? Yeah, exactly. That felt so weird out of place, and it was in quotes, but it wasn't attributed to like anyone. So it felt like it was literally just shoved in there for the last bit. Yeah, that's the spirit. Let's solve more and more. Yeah! Shine get.
では源氏さんどうぞ。
Your turn, Genji-san.
我が友は目して語らぬがこう見えて博識だ。
My friend here doesn't speak much, but his knowledge is quite extensive.
どんな問題が飛び出すやら私も興味深いぞ。
Even I cannot wait to see what sort of puzzle he whips up.
それではエンジェ様、
Now then, Anji-sama,
お覚悟を
prepare yourself.
出題させていただきます。
The puzzle starts now. I've never heard anyone say prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. I started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt.
大丈夫よ。
It'll be okay.
しっかり。
Hang in there. Aniva gripped my hand firmly and my stomachache got a little better.
エンジェ様は割り算はできますか？
Through the power of saving. Anji-sama, have you learned division?
うん。
Yeah,
塾で習った。
I learned it in cram school.
すごいわね。まだ6歳なのに。
Incredible, a 6-year-old who knows division.
では問題なさそうです。
Then there should be no problems.
出題させていただきます。
Here it comes. This is bad. I did learn division, but I'm not very good at it. Here we go. We have lit a candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half that candle's remaining length is burned away. 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame has disappeared. But what was the length of the candle at that time? We have lit a candle 5 centimeters in length. When it's 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared. But what was the length of the candle at the time? Nah. No. No, 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 no. I think it's a trick. Unless this is worded poorly, I think what the trick is when it says every hour half that candle's remaining length is burned away. But it's not like, I'm gonna think about it a little more, but it's not like an hour of time passes and then like half of the candle just magically disappears, right? It's still a gradual thing, even though it says that the rate of changes every time. The rate of disappearing changes as it gets lower. Every hour, half that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1, and then the second part of the trick is when the length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, flame has disappeared. So really, again, 1 hour, it goes from 5 to 2.5. At 2 hours, it would go from 2.5 to 1.25. At hour 3, you would think the answer is half of 1.25, which is 0.625? No, opposite way, 0.675, right? Whatever the fucking math is. Don't question me. Don't whatever the case is, right? So that's 3 hours, and you'd be like, hey, it goes 1.25 to 0.675. 0.675? No, that's not right. Yeah. 6 point. My answer remains the same. 3 hours later, you would think, okay, it's half of 1.25, right? But that's not the case, because it gets to, the flame disappears at 1 centimeter. Now, you have to look at the answers and be like, hey, I know my metric system. What is 1 centimeter? 1 centimeter is about 10 millimeters. Because none of the other things. See, you would be like, oh, it has to be C. But that's not right. The answer is E. 10 millimeters, which is about 1 centimeter. About 10 millimeters is 1 centimeter. Flame disappears at 1 centimeter or less at about probably around the 2.75 hour or so mark. It hits a centimeter, and then it dissipates to and then flame disappears. It didn't even reach the full 3 hours is what I'm trying to say. This has an extra difficult step for imperial units, people. Hey, I just proved I know my things, right? A centimeter, 10 millimeters, all right? Final answer, E.
1時間ごとにその時の長さの半分が燃えるのね。
I don't need my intelligence insulted here, just because I happen to be an American. Half of its remaining length burns away each hour, right?
最初の1時間で5センチの半分。
After the first hour, it's burned down by half of 5 centimeters.
それが次の1時間でさらに半分。
During the next hour, it burns down half of that remaining length.
そして3時間目でさらに半分。
And during the third hour, it burns down half of that remaining length.
電卓ないとよくわかんない。
I can't really do that without a calculator.
おばさんわかる？
Do you know the answer, Aniva?
わかった。
God damn it, Eva. I've got it.
意地悪な問題だわ、これ。
Giggle, this is a pretty mean puzzle.
意地悪って？
Why is it mean?
これ、割り算は関係ないわ。
This has nothing to do with division.
よく問題の文章を読み返してみて。
Read through the puzzle again carefully. What was it again? Honestly, Genji needs to yeah, that was a pretty good hint. Genji needs to step up his game. He was told to give a tough puzzle, and I got that in a matter of seconds. Final answer.
5センチが1時間で 2.5 センチになって。
And then I'm wrong. After 1 hour, I just closed the stream. After 1 hour, the 5 centimeters becomes 2.5 centimeters.
また1時間で 1.25 センチになって。
And in the next hour, that becomes 1.25 centimeters.
また1時間で 0.625 センチになって。
And in the next hour, that becomes 0.625 centimeters.
エンジェちゃん、
Angie-chan,
計算は必要ないのよ。
you don't need to use math.
問題をよく思い
Wait, did I not get it right? Wait, what? Huh? Make sure you remember the problem clearly.
ろうそくは何センチになったら消えちゃうんだ。
Or is this her solving it? How long is the candle when it burns out?
あ
Ah!
騙されるとこだった。
Oh, the game was faking me out here. That was a close one.
長さが1センチになったら消えちゃうんだから、どう燃えても関係ないんだ。
I was about to rage so hard. The candle goes out when it's 1 centimeter long, so the rest doesn't matter. The flame on this candle dies when the candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the fifth choice, about 10 millimeters.
その通り。
That's right.
正解でございます。
You are correct.
おお、素晴らしいぞ、エンジ。
Oh, splendidly done, Angie.
よく惑わされなかった。
How clever of you not to be misled.
割り算なんか必要ない問題だった。
I didn't even need division.
引っかかるところだった。
I almost got tricked.
源氏さんも意地が悪いわ。
You're pretty mean there, Genji-san.
割り算はできますかなんて聞いておいて。
You even asked her if she could do division.
あれが引っ掛けだったわけね。
That was a trap, right?
はい、
Correct.
申し訳ございませんでした。
My humble apologies.
源氏さんはたまに表情一つ変えずに引っ掛けてきますからな。
After all, Genji-san is the sort who can trick you without changing expression in the slightest.
おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。
Congratulations, Angie-sama.
こちらが私の問題を正解したことの証であるメダルでございます。
This medal is proof that you have correctly solved my puzzle.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
エバおばさん、 またメダルが集まった。
I got another medal, Aunt Eva.
いい調子ね。
Nice going.
まだまだ集める。
I'll get lots more.
いっぱい集めておじい様に素敵なご褒美をもらうの。
I'll get a ton, and then grandfather will give me a great prize.
うん。
Indeed.
張り切るがよいぞ、我が孫よ。
Give it all you've got, my granddaughter.
頑張れ、エンジさん。
Good luck, Angie-san.
あんたの不運を祈ってるよ。
I'm rooting for you.
他の方もお待ちでしょう。
There must be others waiting for you.
さあ、ぜひ次の方に挑戦を。
Perhaps you ought to search for the next challenge.
ありがと
Okay, thank you.
う。もっともっと頑張るね。
I'll try even harder now. We dashed away. There are still many people waiting to give me puzzles. I have tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? Excellent. After Angie and Eva left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over.
エンジの調子はどうかな。
How's Angie doing?
バトラか。
Oh, Battler.
調子はわからぬが楽しんではおるようだぞ。
I'm not certain, but she does seem to be enjoying herself.
ゲンジさんの問題聞いてたぜ。
I heard your puzzle, Genji-san.
俺もうっかり騙されちまうところだったぜ。
Even I was almost taken in back there.
恐縮でございます。
You honor me.
しかし意外だぜ。
Still, it's not quite what I would have expected.
ゲンジさんがこういうフェイクっぽい問題を出すなんてな。
Who would have thought that you'd give a trick question like that?
もっと素直な、わかりやすい問題を出すとばっかり思ってたぜ。
I figured you'd make a straightforward, simple puzzle.
我が友は無口であるからそう思われがちであるが。
You might expect such a thing from him, silent as he is.
こやつめ、こう見えてなかなかの策士。
But he is much more of a schemer than he appears.
ですな。
Very true.
ゲンジさんとチェスを戦えば、それがよくわかりますぞ。
If you play a chess match against him, you'll see that right away.
私とて時折騙される。
He even fools me from time to time.
この真面目そうな顔でシャーシャーと私を引っ掛けるのだ。
He'll trick me right to my face with that stern, serious expression of his.
昔からそうであるぞ。
He has always been like that.
なのに何度騙されても私は引っかかる。
And yet, despite the numerous occasions on which he has fooled me in the past, I keep on getting tricked. Whoa!
そういえばさ、
Come to think of it,
ゲンジさんとじい様ってどういう縁なんだ？
what sort of relationship do you and Genji-san have? For just an instant, Kinzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently, he didn't plan on touching on the subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji spoke as though there was no point hiding it any longer.
私と親方様はかつて台湾にてご縁があ
Oh,
り
we
まし
got Genji backstory? I knew the master once, in Taiwan.
ご縁とはよそよそしい。
Knew me, he says.
悪友であるわ。
We were partners in crime, you might say.
こやつも私も金持ちの宝刀息子。
The two of us were both prodigal sons in rich families.
親に迷惑をかけてばかりのろくでなしであったわ。
A pair of ruffians who caused their parents nothing but trouble.
ゲンジさんが宝刀息子？
Genji-san, a prodigal son?
そりゃびっくりだぜ。
That's a surprise.
じゃあ、ゲンジさんもかつて台湾に移住してて、そこでじい様に？
So, Genji-san also moved to Taiwan where he met grandfather?
た。いえ、
No.
私は台湾の人間でした。
I am native of Taiwan. I'm a native of Taiwan, I mean.
ゲンジさんは台湾の出身なのです。
Genji-san was born in Taiwan.
いえ、戦前は日本領でしたから、ゲンジさんももちろん日本人でしたがな。
Well, since Taiwan was under Japanese rule before the war, he is still Japanese, of course.
負けん気の強い男でな。
He was a man who hated losing.
出会ったばかりの頃は喧嘩ばかりよ。
When we first met, we fought all the time.
意気投合してからは竹馬の友と呼ぶにふさわしい最高の友人であった。
Once we hit it off, we became the best of friends.
戦後にいろいろと混乱がありました。
There was a lot of disorder and conflict after the war.
その混乱の中、私を助けてくださったのが親方様なのです。
The master is the one who saved me during that chaotic period.
その時のご恩は生涯かけても返しきれないものです。
If I spent the rest of my life trying to repay that debt, it would not be enough to pay it back in full.
それを言うな、我が友よ。
Don't say that, my friend.
私がもう少し上手に説得できていれば、お前の家族たちも連れてくることができた。
If only I'd been a little more persuasive, I might have been able to bring your family back with us as well.
私が不甲斐ないばかりに、お前しか救えなかった。
Because I was so inadequate, I was unable to save anyone but you. I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos there even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kinzo, predicting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. This wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese-run government of Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed. Genji was the only one who escaped harm. Don't know what happened to make this man, whom Kinzo just called a troublesome prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person he is today. It was a story of friendship between the two of them, and there could be hardly any point in an unrelated person sifting through history books to interpret it however they pleased. It was a story of friendship between the two of them, and there could be hardly... Okay. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times tossed them about, the relationship held firm for decades. Genji's role is now that of the butler, but when they're alone in the study, they sometimes share a drink and think back on the days of their youth. And they're still that way today. Leaving Kinzo and Genji to reminisce, Badler walked off on his own. It'd be rude to ask for any more detail, and he didn't need to know. Kinzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That was something he already knew. What do you think?
次は夏日おばさんたちに挑戦してみない？
Do you want to challenge Aunt Natsui and Uncle Kraus next?
うん。
Yeah.
やっつける。
Let's beat him.
胸を貸そうじゃないか。
Very well, we'll play along.
私たちも手応えのある問題を用意しておきました。
Two of us have prepared some formidable puzzles for you.
私から出すかね？
Should I go first?
それとも君から？
Or do?
では私から。
I will start.
うん。
Very well.
今から言うのをよく聞いてください。
Listen closely to what I'm about to say.
白黒白黒白はてな黒白黒白黒白。
Wait. Are the puzzles that have to be super severely translated, like localized? Are those the ones where they don't have the characters actually saying the puzzle before it's presented in that kind of like UI? Is that why it's like that? I just now kind of thought that maybe that's why, like at the beginning they were having like the character, I forget who it was, but gave the first riddle. Like the first riddle was said in the text box, and then it presented the thing, and then most of the time we've gotten where it was like, whatever. I'm just thinking, okay, white, black, white, black, white, blank, black, white, black, white, black, white. White, black, white, black, white, blank, black, white, black, white, black, white. Huh?
白黒白黒。え？
Genji's puzzle wasn't said out loud? Not that I know. I don't think so, right? I don't think it was. Uh-huh. White, black, huh?
もう一度言いますよ。
I'll say it once more.
白黒白黒白はてな黒白黒白黒白
White, black, white, black, white, blank, black, white, black, white, black, white.
このはてなには何が入るでしょう？
What does the question mark stand for? The blank. This is a really hard one. White, black, white, black, white, blank, black, white, blank, black, blank, 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 white. It looks like the white and black are alternating. Excuse me, are alternating, but the blank is between a white and a black. Is it gray? Is it that easy?
夏日姉さんにしてはずいぶん難しいじゃないの。
This is a surprisingly hard one coming from you, Natsui-san. And Eva was groaning. Apparently this one's really tough.
そんなに難しいでしょうか？
Is it really so hard?
経験のない人には分からん可能性もあるな。
There's a chance that some people won't understand. They haven't had the right experiences.
エヴァさんはともかくエンジェちゃんなら学校や幼稚園で結構見ていたかも。
Eva-san aside, I think Angie-chan would have seen it a lot at school and kindergarten. Why do I just immediately think of like a chessboard or something? I don't know. A lot at school and kindergarten.
何よ、私には絶対わからないっていうの？
What the heck? I don't have a clue. Is it a problem that I could get easier than Aunt Eva? It's hard. It's hard. White, black, white, black, white, blank, black, white, black, white, black, white. What does that stand for? Alright, so I'm going to say the way it's presented, I'm going to guess gray is not the answer. Also, I would like to point out, because I noticed when I picked up on it, gray is spelled with an E here, but it was spelled with an A back in the text box. So, way to stay consistent. Way to stay consistent. White, black. White, black. They said it's something that Angie would have seen. Angie would have seen this. White, black. Why do I think of like a chess or checkerboard? Why does my head keep going to that? Just because of the pacing of white. White, black, white, black, white, blank, black. White, red. Empty space? Empty space sounds like a trick question, a trick answer. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not gray. If I had to eliminate one choice, it would be gray. Also, white and black I'd probably eliminate too. So then why would it be red? What would that be? An empty space? If a gun to my head... Yeah, but it's outlined in red. So what's that mean, huh? If I had a gun to my head, I would pick empty space, even though that sounds very wrong.
ヒントは夏日姉さんの言ってた学校や幼稚園で見たことがあるかもというやつね。
The hint for this one is probably what Natsui Nissan said about something you might see in a school or a kindergarten.
エンジェちゃんにはわかる？
Do you know what it is, Angie-chan?
全然。
No, I'm stuck.
ほら、エンジェちゃんも全然わからない のいいって言ってるわよ。
See? Even Angie-chan says she's stuck.
少しヒントを出しなさいよ。
Give her at least a little hint. No, it's fine. I forgot to save, though. That does help me there. I don't mind picking the wrong answer. A restart doesn't... It's like 2 seconds. See, even Angie-chan says she's stuck. Give her at least a little hint.
そうですか。
I see.
ではヒントを。
Then a hint.
白黒白黒。いろいろありますけ
Oh,
ど、
it's piano
ど
keys.
れを押してもとても綺麗な音が鳴りますよ。
They may be different colors, but you get a beautiful sound no matter which you push.
綺麗な音？
A beautiful sound.
その白黒は音をさせるものなの？
Are these black and white things something that makes sound? Sounds?
押すと音が出る白黒？
Black and white things that make a sound when you push them. Okay, so if it is piano keys, you would not have... Obviously, you wouldn't have a red or a gray or an empty space, really. And you would not have 2 blacks together. But you can have 2 white keys before a black key is back up there. So, under the assumption that it is piano keys, I'm gonna go... Final answer. Ah.
この白黒白黒ね、鍵盤だ。
That should have just gone with what the image was. That black and white thing is a keyboard.
ピアノと同じ。
Like a piano. Man, okay. I gotta say,
そういうこと。
the hint came in super clutch. That was a huge ass hint for me. But the button says ask Eva, like Aunt Eva hint. And Eva didn't even give me the hint. She just sat there like, she's like, I don't know what this is. And so it was a Natsui hint. Ah, is that it?
これ鍵盤なのね。
It's a keyboard? Something that can be found in kindergartens and schools, which is covered with a line of white and black things. It's an instrument, like a keyboard or on a piano or a melodica. Sure.
2つの黒い鍵盤はドレミの間。
The first 2 black keys are between do, re, and mi.
3つの黒い鍵盤はファソラシの間だから。
The set of 3 black keys are between fa, so, la, and ti.
白黒白黒白はてな黒だから白が3つでドレミ。
Do, re, mi. It started white, black, white, black, white, black, blank, black. So the 3 white ones are do, re, mi.
ミとファの間に黒い鍵盤はないわ。
There's no black key between mi and fa.
ミの次はすぐファになる。
So fa comes right after me. I think I've definitely talked about this on stream like many times in the past, but like this just has like I was in like high level choir in school during like my like late elementary school / like middle school days. And so like all this talking even just about like do re mi and everything just has me like flashing back to like like hardcore time spent like sight reading, like so much time. And now after so many years of not practicing all that shit, it's all gone. It's a skill I've just completely lost. Sight reading bars of music. There's no black key between me and fa, so fa comes right after me.
つまりミの次がハテナだから正解はファ。
And since the question mark comes after me, the right answer is fa.
つまり
In other words,
正解は白。
the right answer is white.
正解です。
Correct.
ちょっと難しすぎたかと思いましたが、さすがですね。
I thought it might have been a bit too hard, but you did well.
やるじゃないかね、2人とも。
Splendidly done, you two.
さあ、夏日。
Go ahead, Natsui.
おめでとう、エンジェちゃん。
Congratulations, Angie-chan.
これが私からのメダルです。
Here's my medal for you. Alright.
エヴァおばさん、また一つ集まったよ。
And Eva, I got another one.
順調ね。
Things are moving along nicely.
さ、次は兄さんが出す番よ。
Next up is Nissan's puzzle.
あっさり解いて、ケチョンケチョンにしてあげるわ。
Let's solve it in a flash and teach him a lesson, okay? You got one middle. Really, with the dramatic music? How interesting. Looks like it's time you were taught a lesson.
やめて、エヴァおばさん、挑発しないで。
Stop it, Aunt Eva. Don't make him mad.
問題が難しくなっちゃう。
You'll make the puzzle harder. If there's anyone you have to blame, it's Eva. Now, take this brain twister. Here's a puzzle about the tenants of a skyscraper I've invested in. Once upon a time, there was a 7-story skyscraper. Following companies were located in the following floors. Akamura Securities Company Limited was located on the 7th floor. Iwamura Realty was located on the 6th floor. Tamura Transport was located on the 5th floor. Now then, Murakoshi Publishing was located on the blank floor. What goes in the blank? Okay. I'm trying to look if there's something in the names. Okamura Secure. Felt the ice cream. Shut up. Damn, I thought it was a amount of syllables thing. I thought this was a syllables thing for a second. Iwamura. Well, that wouldn't make sense. But I don't think I'm far from. It's got to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. I like this intense music as I'm trying to solve this, though. That makes it fun. Dun 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 dun. Iwamura Murakoshi Publishing, Securities, Realty, Transport, Publishing. I fucking got it. Final answer, tooth. But let's ask Aunt Eva first. That's actually really clever, though. I don't know anything about this skyscraper. So there's no way I can know. I know what's in floors 5 and above, so the answer must be somewhere between floor 1 and floor 4. There's no doubt about it. That. Do you give up?
降参なんかしないわよ。
I won't give up. Key!
村越出版は何階にあるかですって？
So, you're saying that Murakoshi Publishing Company Limited is on this floor X?
何階かじゃない。
Not floor X.
何階かだ。
The Blinketh floor.
どっちも同じ階だよ。
It's the same either way, isn't it? Ah. And Eva suddenly stumbled on something. Then she started counting on her fingers, starting from the first floor.
わかったわ、エンジェちゃん。
I've got it, Angie-chan.
1階から順に声に出して読んでみて。
Try saying them aloud, starting from the first floor.
一つしかないから。
There's only one that fits.
え？
Huh?
どういうこと？
What do you mean? Bump it up. Final answer D.
3階。
This is what I look like when I solve these riddles in my head. I know I don't have camera on, but just know that I'm doing the finger point and the fist every time. It makes me feel smarter. The 4th floor.
お見事、正解よ。
Well done. You got it.
1階から11階の間に階と読めるフロアは3階だけだわ。
From floor 1 to floor 4, there's only one floor that ends in TH. The 4th floor. Yeah.
3階だけは3階とも読めるけど、それ以外で11階まではどれも階としか読まない。
The 4th floor fits, but the other ones are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors.
やるじゃないかね。
Nicely done.
私には答えを教えられるまでさっぱりだったというのに。
Even I didn't figure that one out until I had the answer given to me. Kraus, come on now. Apparently Uncle Kraus once had this puzzle shown to him, and he wasn't able to answer it right away. He looked a bit downcast to see a kid like me solve it. For some reason, he looked even more mortified to see that Eva had solved it. How strange.
ほら。
Come on now.
さっさとメダルをよこしなさいよ。
Let's see that medal.
これはエンジェちゃんの知恵に表するメダルだ。
This medal is a mark of Angie-chan's intelligence. I do love how just Kraus gets to be so... He's like taking it so seriously.
エヴァにやるわけではない。
Especially based... Not only seriously that he thought we wouldn't be able to answer it and he's disappointed that we were able to solve it, but we have like this intense music playing in the background. It's very funny. I mustn't let you have it, Eva.
負け惜しみを。
Sore loser.
ありがとう、クラウスおじさん。
Thank you, Uncle Kraus.
エンジェすごい？
Am I...
すごい？
Am I incredible? Very much so.
おじいさんよりよほど頭が柔軟だ。
You're a more flexible thinker than your uncle.
君が姪で私は誇らしいよ。
I am proud to have you as a niece. Let's go.
これで私たちの問題はおしまいです。
That's all for our puzzles.
楽しんでもらえたならいいのだね。
I do hope you enjoyed them. I did.
ありがとう、夏日おばさん、クラウスおじさん。
Thank you, Aunt Natsui and Uncle Kraus.
メダルの枚数など気にせず、みんなの鬼門難問をたっぷり楽しんでほしい。
I hope you can enjoy all the tricky questions without worrying about your medal count too much.
今夜があなただけの素敵な夜になることを願っていますよ。
We all hope that this becomes a wonderful night just for you.
楽しんでるわよね、私たち。
We really are enjoying ourselves.
うん、
Yeah,
私たちすっごい楽しい。
we're having a lot of fun. Kraus and Natsui smiled at them as they dashed away.
おお、夏日か。
Oh, it's you, Natsui.
どうだったお前たちの問題は。
How did your puzzles go?
私たちなりにえりすぐりを出題したつもりです。
We did the best we could,
楽しんでもらえたかどうか。
but I'm not sure how much they enjoyed them. On the other side of the room, Angie and Eva were counting the medals they had gathered so far. Angie and Eva. It was such an unexpected pairing, but they looked like they were having a great time. A future parent and child, unrelated by blood. Watching them like this, they look like just a normal parent and child. Yes, they do. Bonds between people are nurtured by the heart. Ties of blood do not bond as strongly. Excuse me, they totally are related by blood. I mean, I don't know. Is it like a technical thing? I guess it depends on how close bloodly related. I don't know. I get what it's trying to say. I don't know. After saying this, Natsue bit back on her own words and stared at the floor. What's wrong? I was just surprised that I would dare to say such words. You don't need to worry about me. Because I rejected you. Oh. Because I rejected you, you met a painful fate in so many worlds. All of that is my responsibility. I understand how you felt. Unable to become pregnant, you were forced to feel shame for many years. In that situation, any woman would be shocked if they were handed a baby whose parentage they didn't even know, and then told to adopt them. That was no reason for me to push you off of a cliff. True. You'll have to carry that cross for the rest of your life. Yes. I'm prepared to do so. In that case, the suffering you must endure will come from that cross you bear. Not from me. You don't despise me? Don't make that dejected face. No, perhaps it's the other way around. As long as you continue making that dejected face, I'll feel no desire to punish you. As long as you continue to carry that cross, I will feel no desire to hate you. Do you mean that you don't hate me? To tell the truth, I did hate you. I hated your guts. I hated you so much, I wanted to hang up a pillow with your picture on it and use it as a punching bag. But as I watched you, that feeling faded away. You regretted and lamented. And I'm sure you'll never forget that feeling for as long as you live. How could I forget? After all, I'm a murderer. Your cross is a heavy one, doubtless. I can feel compassion for you now. I'm serious.
だって全部金蔵が悪いんじゃねえか。
After all, Kenzo was the one at fault, right?
あいつが隠し子なんか作るから悪いんだし。
It's his fault for having an illegitimate child in the first place.
何しろお前への預け方が特に悪い。
And the way he forced that child on you was even worse.
子供が生まれないから養子にしろなんてのじゃなく、
He should at least have been able to avoid hurting you by saying,
かわいそうな子だから育ててくれぬかとか、そなたを傷つけの言い方はあったはずだ。
please take care of this poor child instead of you can't give birth to adopt this kid.
これだから男は、金蔵は。
Men. That Kinzo.
もはや恨みはない。
I no longer hate you.
それでも、そなたの十字架は軽くはならぬか。
Doesn't that make you the cross you bear feel any lighter? No.
あなたにどうすれば償えるか。
I still don't know how I can make up.
未だにわからないのですから。
I still don't know how I can make up for what I did to you.
じゃあこうしよう。
Then let's do it this way.
両腕を広げよ。
Hold out your arms. Huh?
こうですか？
Like this? As Natsui spread her arms uncertainly, Beato leapt forward and hugged her tight. Aww. This is a little...
二度と言わねえから一度くらい言わせろよ。
I'll never say this again, so let me say it once.
わらわはよ、自分の母親に会ったことさえねえんだからよ。
After all, I never had a chance to meet my mother. Still hugging Natsui, Beato spoke in a whisper. She spoke those words that she would certainly never say again.
わらわのことで悔やんでくれてありがとよ。
Thank you for worrying so much for my sake.
でもよ、わらわはもう恨んでねえからな。
But I really don't hate you anymore.
それだけは信じてくれよ。
Please, believe that.
母さん。
Mother.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Aww. Actually touching. Wait, we're getting maybe another section with more riddles and puzzles? They don't end? Okay, I do have to throw up a BRB screen here for a few minutes. I will be back shortly, I guess, to get more puzzles and stuff. So I will be back in a handful of minutes. So stay tuned. Okay. I've returned. And I would just like the record to show that I decided to crack into the fridge and get an alcoholic beverage. So if there's more riddles and if I fail at them, it's not my fault. It's the drinks. All right. I'm playing with a what do they call, a handicap now for this next part of the stream. All right, who should we get a puzzle from next?
あの二人はどう？
What about those two?
シャノンちゃんとカノンくん？
Shannon-chan and Cannon-kun?
いいわね。相手にとって不足はなさそう。
The two completely separate people? Sure, looks like they'll put up a good fight.
お呼びですか？エヴァ様、エンジュ様。
Do you need something, Eva-sama and Enji-sama?
姉さんはバカだな。
Don't be stupid, Nissan.
問題を出せって言ってるんだよ。
They're asking us for puzzles.
あ、失礼しました。
My apologies. Shannon was as absent-minded as ever. However, Cannon looked extremely calm and would probably have a well-polished puzzle ready.
じゃあ、僕から先に出すよ。
Okay, I'll go first.
姉さんはその間に考えて。
Use that time to think up a puzzle, Nissan. Okay, sorry.
じゃあ、姉さんが問題を思いつく時間が稼げる程度に悩んでもらえる問題じゃないとな。
So, if I'm buying time for Nissan to think up a puzzle, I'll have to make one tricky enough to keep you stumped for a while.
言うじゃない。
You've got guts, kid.
おいでなさい。
Let's have it, shall we?
カノンくんの思い切り難しい問題。
Show us the hardest one you've got.
挑発しないで。
Don't provoke him.
簡単なのがいい？
I want an easy one.
エヴァ様のご許可がいただけたので、理不尽に難しい問題を失礼させていただきます。
Now that I have Eva-sama's permission, allow me to present an insanely difficult puzzle.
ここは任せて。
Leave this to me.
おばさんが解いてあげるわ。
I'll solve it. A scholarly king once decided to give out prizes to learned people of his land. The one who won the copper prize got 29 gold coins. The one who won the silver prize got 47 gold coins. The one who won the gold prize got 79 gold coins. So how many gold coins are given to the one who won the platinum prize? Huh? Alright, let me think. This drink is good. Damn. Okay. The one who won the copper prize, 29 gold coins. Silver, 47. Gold, 79. 29. 47. 79. This couldn't possibly just be a math thing, right? The difference between 29 and 47 is 18. Then difference between those two is 22. I want my silence to be understood that I'm in my mind palace. I'm thinking very hard. All right, we have honest people in chat. I always appreciate the honest people in chat. I will not look down upon you. So wait, you said you Googled it, but then say pretty easy? The one who won the copper prize got 29 gold coins. The one who got silver prize got 47 coins. One who got gold is 79 gold coins. Gold was 79 gold coins. I mean, normally platinum would be above gold, right? Just in like when you're thinking about rankings. So why would anything up or below 79 make sense? If I had 79 for gold, just looking at the rates, right? 91 seems like it makes sense. Because again, C, B, and A would be a lesser prize. A scholarly king. I'm trying to see if the first sentence holds anything. A scholarly king once decided to give out prizes to the learned people of his land. Scholarly king. The one who won the copper prize. One who won the silver prize. The one who won the gold prize. Got 40, 29, 47, 79. How many gold coins were given to the one who won the platinum prize? I refuse to think that it's going to be A, B, or C. I do need this hint, though. I'm curious. The number of coins are really different and kind of weird. Wait a second, Ken-kun. What are you thinking? There's no way she'll be able to get this one, right? This is just to buy time until Nissan can think up a question, so forgive me. Thank you. I've thought of a question. Understood. Now then, Eva-sama and Angie-sama? I'll give you a hint. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. That's the hint. Oh. Periodic table, huh? 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 That's just what you said in the question. That's not a hint. Copper is 29? Silver is 47? Oh, so that's it. Huh? You got it? I get it too. Platinum is better than gold, so the prize must be more than 79 gold coins. Oh god, Angie is me. That's wrong. With these rules, the platinum prize is probably worth less than the gold prize. Isn't that right? It is as you say. Seems you already found the answer. This puzzle is impossible for Angie-chan. You need to have gone to middle school at the very least. I'll answer. So here's the thing. Is that alright, Angie-chan? Sure. I'll leave it to you. Okay, so periodic table. Almost 100% certain that's what's going on here. And we've just had the confirmation from the hint that it's definitely A, B, or C, contrary to what I was saying earlier. So then the easy thing would be, Austin, just search, just look up a periodic table. But here's the thing, I definitely don't have a photographic memory, and I never bothered to remember the periodic table. So I am just going to rely on my ultimate lucky student ability. I have a 1 in 3 shot. I'm going to save it before I do something incredibly dumb. And then I'm going to say, with my 1 in 3 shot, my final answer, platinum, is probably not right next to gold on the periodic table. Ultimate lucky student powers activate. I choose 57. Fuck me. Oh, it's gonna go to here. Alright, ultimate lucky student, go! No! Final answer, 78. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm a man of principle, all right? Using Google, not allowed, all right? I got that. Honestly, fuck off. No, I got this one right. Count this as a win. And if you're counting this as 2 wrong, you definitely shouldn't do that. You can't get doubly wrong, because I'm reloading. The first wrong is wiped. One wrong question. Also, I got this right. I know, like, I just didn't want to have to look up a periodic table. That's just laziness on my part. I got it, dude. I don't even want to hear it right now. Canon says correct. Awesome, Aunt Eva. Why? Why is it 78 coins? If platinum is better than gold, then why does gold get more coins? The number of coins you get is always the same as the atomic number of the prize. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. And, by the way, platinum is 78. So, the platinum prize gets you 78 gold coins. Aunt Eva, you're incredible. My very limited memory of looking at the periodic table, I just would not have guessed that platinum comes right before gold, just as a spacing thing, you know? Excuse me. Aunt Eva, you're incredible. Dad once told me that Aunt Eva was an enthusiastic studier and really, really smart even back when she was in school. Even George Oni-chan, her son, is smart, so Aunt Eva must really be incredible. Still, that's a pretty nasty riddle to choose. You should have at least given one that Angie could understand. You did give me permission to show her the hardest one I've got. Do I dislike Kanon or Kumasawa more at this point? Oh, because of the riddles? Nah. If they can stump me, then more credit to them. That's right. You said it yourself. That's why we got a puzzle that was too hard for me. Is it my fault? Sorry, Angie-chan.
でもほら、メダルをもらえたから許して。
But look, we got a medal, so please forgive me. We got another medal. Just how many have we gotten so far? But we still have a lot left to get. Next up is Shannon. Go team!
私の問題はそんなに難しくありませんのでご安心ください。
Mine isn't that hard, so you can relax.
姉さんのレベルで考えてるからね。
After all, you managed to think it up.
もう
Damn, that's a cold thing to say. You're making fun of me?
じゃあカノン君も挑戦してみる？
Then do you want to have a go at it too, Canon-kun?
望むところさ。
Bring it on.
今度はエンジェちゃんにもわかる問題だそうよ。
Sounds like you'll be able to understand it this time, Angie-chan.
おばさんはヒント役に回るわ。
I'll stick to giving hints again.
頑張る。
Okay, I'll do my best.
タク、
I'll solve it.
メダル集める。
Another medal for me.
それでは参りますね。
Let's go then.
よくお聞きください。
Listen carefully. W equals white chocolate. P equals pepper jack cheese. The best type of cheese. Big pepper jack fan here. A, anchovy pizza. O, lemonade. What black coffee? Which letter does the question mark stand for? Huh? Okay, so I think the beginning letter thing is a red herring, as I would say, because then you immediately get to lemonade and it's an O. So I think picking B is probably a trick answer. White chocolate. White chocolate, W. Pepper jack cheese. Maybe it is B. Maybe it has something to do with how there's the first letter, if it's 2 words. So 2 words, first letter. 2 words, first letter. 2 words, first letter. But then what's going on here? What's going on here then? White chocolate, pepper jack cheese, anchovy pizza, lemonade. Lemonade, anchovy, pepper jack, white. What if it's something silly, like that's not a O, but is a 0? And then I'm thinking, okay, is it the letter that appears the most in it? But that's not it, because... W, P, A, O. 2 consonants, 2 vowels. Again, I'm assuming this is an O and not a 0. But that would be a tricky thing. That would be a tricky thing. I wouldn't put it above this. Alright, Eva. What do you got?
よくわかんない。
I don't get it.
ローマ字？
What do the letters mean?
それぞれの名前をローマ字に直して それの頭文字を抜いたとか。
Could it be the first letter of each word?
私も最初はそう思ったのよ。
That's what I thought at first.
甘納豆は A、塩せんべいは S、
White,
カレーライスは K。
white chocolate starts with W, pepper jack starts with P, and anchovy starts with A.
ローマ字ならみんなそれが頭文字なのよね。
But then,
でもそれだとブラックコーヒーが N ってのが意味わかんないのよ。
how do you explain lemonade being O?
わかりますでしょうか。
Do you get it?
エンジェ、ローマ字はなんとなくわかるけど、英語はわかんない。
If it's about letters, spelling out big words like that is hard.
ローマ字がわかれば十分ですよ。
You don't need to know how to spell any hard words.
英語はわからなくて大丈夫です。
If you and Eva-sama work
エ
together,
ヴァ様と協力すればきっと解けますよ。
I know you'll be able to solve it.
他にもヒントないの？
Don't you have any more hints?
ありますよ。
I do.
他の食べ物のアルファベットもお教えします。
I'll teach you the letters for some other foods.
まず A はアーモンドチョコ、
First, watermelon is W.
S はシャーベットのレモン味、
For P, how about picante potatoes?
K はキムチ、
Albacore tuna is an A.
N は苦い緑茶、
Orange lime sherbet would probably be an O. Would probably be an O? What do you mean probably be? What do you mean by that? Would probably be an O.
やっぱりローマ字の頭文字に思えるわ。
It really does sound like the first letter is the
で
key.
もそれじゃあブラックコーヒーの N がわかんないのよね。
But then how do you explain lemonade being an O?
エンジェは A の食べ物が好き。
I love W foods.
シュークリームやケーキは A に入る？
Cookies and cake are W, right?
入りますよ。
Wait, what? I love W foods. Cookies and cake are W, right? Huh? That's right.
ということはやはり
So,
名前のローマ字の頭文字じゃないんだ。
it isn't the first letter after all.
どういうこと？
What's going on?
A のグループは何？
Is the W group about desserts?
甘納豆とアーモンドチョコよね。
But watermelon isn't a dessert.
デザート？
P is picante potatoes and pepper jack cheese.
お菓子？
A is anchovy pizza and albacore tuna.
S は塩せんべいとレモンシャーベット？
O is lemonade and orange lime sherbet.
K はカレーとキムチで N はコーヒーと緑茶？
Just what are these
これ何のグループ？
groups? What the fuck? Huh? Watermelon W. P picante potatoes. Albacore tuna is an A. Is this something about the way you eat them? Why is A for anchovy pizza and albacore tuna both fish things? P. P, is it spicy? Or picante potatoes? What the hell is picante potatoes? Spicy. W, desserts. O, lemonade and orange lime.
わかるような、わかんないような。
I sort of get it, but I sort of don't.
なんだかもどかしい。
It's a little annoying. You're telling me, man.
最後のヒントを。
One last hint.
皆様はレモネードをお飲みになったことはございますか？
I'm sure your parents don't let you drink coffee, but do you know how it's supposed to taste? Okay, so it's probably like spicy versus bitter and stuff, right?
ある。
I had a little once.
最初甘いジュースだと思ったからすごいびっくりした。
I thought it was gonna be sweet, so I was really surprised.
二度と飲まない。
I'll never drink it again.
あ、わかった。
Ah, I've got it.
エンジェちゃんありがとう。
Angie-chan, thank you.
あなたのおかげで多分わかったわ。
Thanks to you, I've probably figured it out. Alright. 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 White. White chocolate. So W. Is it the second letter of the flavor profile or whatever you would call it? So white or white. W, sweet. Second letter W, P, spicy, SP. O for sour, maybe. So SO, anchovy, savory, savory. That's what that is. I was like, I couldn't think of savory for some reason in my head. So black coffee then is bitter. So following the rule, I'm gonna go D, I. Final answer, Regis.
ほらエンジェちゃん。
See, Angie-chan?
ここにある食べ物の味を考
Damn.
えてみて。
I can't believe I really thought it was like, I thought the letters were representing like the way you would like eat it. So for a second there, I was thinking, oh, W, like you would chomp it with your teeth. And then I was thinking, oh, the spicy things with the P, you would like stick your tongue out and try to just like touch it with your tongue. And then I was thinking, oh, like lemonade, you drink it, so your mouth is like an O. That's how I was actually thinking that puzzle for a while. And I gotta say, I kind of like my answers better. I kind of like my answers better. I'm gonna be honest. Think about the taste of all these foods.
甘納豆の味は？
How does white chocolate taste?
甘い。
Sweet.
塩せんべいの味は？
And what about pepper jack cheese?
しょっぱい。
Spicy.
カレーライスは？
Then how about anchovy pizza?
そしてブラックコーヒーは？
And lemonade?
なるほど。そういうことか。
I see. So that's what it is.
カレーは辛い。
Oh, is it not savory? It's salty? Oops, my bad. Whatever. Anchovies are salty.
コーヒーは苦いよ。
Savory. Savory is like something else, I guess. I guess I'm just dumb. Lemonade is sour.
どういうこと？
So what is it?
アルファベットは味なの？
Do the letters match the tastes?
そういうこと。
That's right.
甘いをローマ字に直すと頭文字は A。
The second letter of sweet is W.
S はしょっぱいで、辛いは K で、苦いは N。
The second letter of spicy is P, salty is A, and sour is O.
では、レモネードの味は？
So, what does black coffee taste like?
酸っぱい。
Bitter.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
酸っぱいをローマ字に直した頭文字は
And the
S。
second letter of bitter is...
レモネードの答えは S ね。
Wait, when did you drink coffee?
はい、正解でございます。
Nice job.
おめでとうございます。エヴァ様、エンジ様。
You got it right, Eva-sama and Angie-sama.
エヴァおばさん、すごいすごい。
And Eva, you're so awesome.
二人で頑張ったから解けたのよ。
We had to work together to solve that one.
二人の成果よ。
It's a team effort.
こちらが私のメダルでございます。
And here's my medal.
お受け取りください。
Please take it.
やった、 またメダルが1枚。
Alright, I got another medal.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
カノン君はわからなかった？
You didn't get it, did you, Ken-kun?
難しかったでしょう。
I'll bet it was hard.
姉さんにしてはやるね。
Not bad, coming from you, Nissan.
姉さんをバカにしてごめんなさいって言ってごらん。
Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you?
言わないとカノン君のご飯 S とか N のものばっかりにしちゃうからね。
If you don't, I'll make all your meals O and I.
S はともか
He just
く
opens his eye.
N ばっかりというのは辛いわね。
O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful.
エンジェは A ばっかりがいい。
I want to eat W all the time.
もう虫歯になっちゃうわよ。
Careful, you'll get cavities.
でもおばさんの家に遊びに来たらいっぱいごちそうしてあげるわ。
But if you ever come to my house to play, I'd be more than willing to share. Yay!
おばさん大好き。
I love you, Aunt Eva. In the end, Cannon caved under the threat of I cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon. Victory.
以上で私たちの問題はおしまいです。
That's all for our puzzles.
お楽しみいただけましたか？
Did you enjoy them? Yeah.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
他の方も相当難しい問題を用意されているようです。
Seems the others still have some brain twisters waiting for you.
どうかお気をつけて。
Please, be careful.
そうね。
Good point.
手強そうな人ばかり残ってるわ。
Everyone left looks like there'll be a challenge.
でもやっつける。
But we'll win.
エヴァおばさんとなら勝てる。
We can do it if we work together.
そうね。
That's right.
二人で知恵を出し合って頑張りましょう。
Let's combine our wits and move on.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Goodbye.
頑張ってくださいね。
And good luck. Get out of here. Shannon and Kenan returned to the kitchen with the serving cart. The dining hall was filled with such an exciting and fun atmosphere, but out here in the corridor, one was reminded of the fierce winds and the rain. But they were satisfied with this. The whole point of this noisy farewell party was to forget the loneliness of the rain for just a little bit.
これで長かったゲームもおしまいなんだね。
So, we've reached the end of this long game.
せいせいするよ。
I feel relieved.
ようやく僕たちは誰のおもちゃにもならなくて済む。
Finally, we won't have to be toys for anyone else.
静かに忘れ去られて埃に埋もれて消え去りたいね。
I'd like to be quietly forgotten, so to get covered with dust and vanish.
違うよ。
You're wrong.
私たちは埃に埋もれて消えるんじゃない。
We aren't going to vanish like that.
閉じられる猫箱の世界で誰にも知られることのない私たちの未来を続けていくんだよ。
In the world locked inside the cat box, her future will continue, unknown to anyone.
そうだね。
You're right.
ごめん。
Sorry.
それは僕たちにも知ることのできない世界だか
That's a world that
ら忘れてたよ。
that's a world that even we can't know about. So I forgot.
私たちは猫箱の世界でどんな未来を紡がれるんだろうね。
Just what kind of future will we make for ourselves in the cat box world?
それがわからないから猫箱って言うんじゃないか。
I don't know. That's why it's called a cat box.
そうだね。
Good point.
姉さんは心残りはないのかい？
Don't you have any regrets, Nissan?
ジョージ様のこととか。
About George Sama, for instance?
姉さんはジョージ様に指輪をもらうまでしかできない。
Receiving that ring is all you can do for George Sama.
結婚も添い遂げることも何も。
As for marriage, living together, and all the rest,
それが叶うのが猫箱の中の私たちの未来じゃない。
our future inside the cat box is what will make all that come true, isn't it?
それは私だけじゃないよ。
I'm not the only one.
カノン君だってそう。
It's the same for you, right?
ジェシカお嬢様とカノン君の未来とかね。
What about a future for you and Milady Jessica?
僕は
I'm...
私がジョージ様との婚約を破棄して島を出て行っていなくなる未来だってありえるんだよ。
I could break off my engagement with George-sama, then leave the island to disappear.
その世界ではカノン君はもう私のことなんか何も気兼ねしなくていい。
That future is also possible for me.
お嬢様と青春を謳歌することができるんだよ。
In that world, you wouldn't have to hesitate for my sake. You could enjoy your youth to the fullest with Milady.
姉さんがジョージ様との婚約を諦められるなら、そういう世界もあるかもね。
If you gave up on your engagement with George-sama, a sort of world might be possible.
だから
So,
私がジョージ様と結ばれる世界と
since it's a cat box,
あなたがお嬢様と結ばれる世界が同時に存在できるのが猫箱の中じゃない。
the world where I spend my life with George-sama and the world where you spend your life with Milady can both exist at the same time.
どんな矛盾した夢も全てが同時に存在できる世界。
It's a world where any contradicting dreams can exist at once.
それが私たちという駒がしまわれる世界なの。
That's the world we'll be put away in as pieces.
だから寂しくなんかないし悲しくもない。
So, there's no need to be lonely, no need to be sad.
今ここにいる私はジョージ様に指輪をもらうところまでしか観測できないけれど、
Even though the me here right now can only observe the part where I accept George-sama's ring. The other me who lives in the cat box in a world I cannot witness will surely build a happy life in the future. The cat box is such a strange thing, a place where any pieces of toys and dreams can be kept. There's no cage sealing us in. On the contrary, being inside the cat box means being free from everything in countless worlds.
全てから解放され、全てが同時に叶う世界。
Let me see this. Read this comment. I know almost no one likes George and Shannon together, but I actually like that possibility the most. I guess the only thing I would say to that is there like exactly, you're just saying, are you saying on a pure like, for lack of a better term, shipping level? Or given everything, I mean, I guess there might not be a clear distinction in this. I might not be making a ton of sense when I say this. But you're saying on a pure, like, shipping level? Or are you saying, like, everything we know about the characters, I like that the idea of them pairing off more for what? I guess I'm not making any sense because I'm not making much sense in my own brain. So maybe I retract my question. I was trying to think of something, like, I'm trying to think of how to put it, but I'm not making much sense. But is that the common sentiment then? Does the most of the fandom not like Shannon and George together? I mean, to me, it makes sense. To me, it definitely makes sense why most people would be, like, anti-George and Shannon together. That makes sense to me. Of the three, you're have a bet that you think they would have a better future. I think the fandom consensus is that George Shannon is creepy. Yeah, I would probably go along that path. I mean, even before, like, I even 100% conceptualized the whole situation. Even when it was kind of, even when it's just very purely based off of, like, the very pure sense of, like, a rebounding type situation, it's also like, yeah. I mean, go back to when we first started discussing about, like, Shannon and George as, like, a pair, and how, like, that felt weird and wrong to, like, I think I was talking about how, not, now, me saying that's not to make fun of how your potentially valid feelings about, this is not me, making fun of a member of chat or anything. I want to make it clear, especially to the VOD viewers, YouTube viewers, I'm not making fun of anyone in chat. I'm not shooting down anyone's opinion in chat. I gotta make it clear. A world where we're freed from everything and yet where all of our wishes come true.
でもその世界の僕は今ここにいる僕じゃない。
However, the me in that world won't be the me here and now. I guess what I'll say about this is I agree. I've talked about extensively the power dynamic kind of abuse thing and the rebounding type situation are like negatives against me wanting like totally into that pairing. The fact that George had apparently enough of a spine to be like, hey, I don't give a shit about my family. I will distance myself from my family if they're not into us being a thing. I give that credit to George. But then I also, in the same breath, when I say that, that almost comes as like a thing of desperation on George's side, in my opinion. Because, that almost feels like we got the whole backstory of how George was so kind of pathetic when he was slightly younger. And his mindset, this was something we talked about on the channel for, I thought, extensive time. But, like, self-admitted, George was kind of pathetic in his slightly earlier years. And he was jealous of Shannon and Battler. And so, in the same breath where I want to say, hey, credit to George because he's willing to, like, say, fuck my family if they don't approve of Shannon. In the same breath, I say, oh no, it kind of seems like almost, for lack of a better term, like reeks of desperation, in my opinion. I don't think Battler and Jess can withstand the pressure. I think George is not as strong as he thinks he is. He has all his big future thought out. No, I'm not completely sure he can take knowing that it can't happen. It's tough. And hey, and that's kind of the I don't want to say the perfect thing about this story, but it is a thing of this story is we wouldn't know because of how things end for everyone. However, the me in that world won't be the me here now. That's a bit depressing. I'm not sure if this is brought up in the supplemental material, but George talks a lot to Shannon about his perfect future. Yeah, we got a little bit of that here in the story where he's got the whole thing planned out. I didn't know, it sounds kind of nefarious, but it's also like a bit of me like just being like, okay, George, calm the fuck down. Like, he's just so over-eager almost. I don't know. If you had to ask my pure opinion, I'd probably lean on the fact that I'm not like this big George guy. Clearly, I think I've given George enough shit during this playthrough that that's maybe kind of clear. And I was, even before the big reveals, I was very much like, I was saying it really early on. I was like, I don't really like this whole George-Shannon dynamic. There seem to be like some kind of red flags in my head. Growing old with children and grandchildren around them, and Shannon herself can't give them that. True. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. That's a bit depressing. Hey, Kanon-kun.
Nani?
Yes? Let's do it.
Nani?
Do what? Let's have a duel. Are you sure? We both wish we'd settled this much sooner. And yet, we've put it off until the last moment, just before the game is going to end. Sure. The game is nearly over anyway.
最後の最後くらい。
Now, at the very end.
僕らは自分たちの決着をしっかりとこの手でつけるべきなんだ。
It's time for us to settle things by ourselves.
そうすれば猫箱にしまう前に私たちは未来を見ることができるもんね。
That way, we'll be able to see our future before we put away in the cat box.
いいとも。
Sure.
やろうじゃないか。
Let's do it.
何で決める？
How will we decide it?
コイン。
A coin?
それともまた。
Or with pistols again?
ね。じゃあ私たちの
Pistols,
クイズ
pistols,
大会にし
pistols.
ようか。
In that case, why don't we have our own quiz tournament?
は
Huh?
姉さんも物好きだな。
You're really getting into this.
じゃあね。
Okay, then.
第1問。
First question. And then they have a duel of words. Oh god, I don't want a riddle from Maria. Fuck her. Take her away.
エンジェにはすごい難しい問題を出しちゃうよ。
I'm gonna give Angie a really hard one.
とっておきの難しい問題でいじめてメダルなんか絶対にあげない。
I'll check her with my extra hard puzzle and make sure she never gets my medal.
エンジェ解けるもん。
I'll solve it.
絶対解けるもん。
I'll definitely solve it. As soon as Maria and Angie crossed gazes, they started fighting. The two girls, so close in age, were really good friends, but they also fought a lot, especially when they were opponents in a game.
マリアちゃんはいろいろなクイズを知ってそうね。
Maria-chan probably knows tons of different quizzes.
楽しみだわ。
This should be interesting.
よろしくね。
Let's have it.
出さないよ。
Not now.
マリアは真打ちだからママの後に出すの。
I'm the star, so I'll go after Mama.
そう？
Rosa's the pawn. Really?
じゃあママが先でいい？
You sure it's okay for me to go first? Yeah.
じゃあ私から出題するわね。
Then let's begin.
行くわよ。
Ready? Here we go. Rokenjima is about to explode. Oh, really? There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots. Wow, this riddle is a little on the nose, huh? Can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy. She can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. Rosa can make it to the stack in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. She starts at the surface and goes back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room. So, how many ingots can Rosa carry out of the VIP or underground VIP room? Is this truly just a math thing? Or is that the trick? There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack. She starts at the surface. So in theory, 3 minutes. Takes an ingot back. 5 minutes, that's 8 minutes total. 11. 16. 32. 48. 51. Wait, I totally messed up the numbers, didn't I? The counting. Didn't I? 8, 16. So 8 minutes. 8 minutes basically could go from the top, grab an ingot, bring it back. That's 8. So in 60 minutes, that's 2. 32 minutes, 4. 48, 6. So, if this is truly just a math thing, you would think 7. But that's why I think it might be a trick. I would say 7.
この問題はノーヒントでもいいかしら。
I guess you don't need a hint for this one.
そうね。
Giggle, you're right.
エンジちゃん用の問題だもの。
I made it for Angie-chan.
姉さんにはちょっと優しいわ。
It's probably a bit too easy for you, Nissan.
1時間は60分だから1往復に8分。
An hour is 60 minutes and it takes 8 minutes for each round trip.
頑張って。
Good luck.
エンジちゃんなら解けるわよ。
I know you could solve it.
この問題はおばさんからはノーヒントね。
I won't give you a hint this time. So it's not a trick. It's not a trick question. See, I don't trust this game. Worth anything. Final answer D. Huh?
どうして違うの？
Why is that wrong?
ごめんね。
Wait, did I do that wrong? Wait.
頑張って。エンジちゃんなら解けるわよ。
Takes 8 minutes for each round trip.
この問題
60 minutes.
おばさんからはノーヒントね。
She starts at the surface. Starts at surface, takes 3 minutes. There's 1 hour. Rosa makes it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. 3? They're heavy. She can only carry 1. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. So she starts, this is surface, underground. Surface, 3 minutes. She grabs 1, back up, 8. 5. So it's 8 total. That's 1. 11. 16. 19. 24. 'Double that? It's 48. Double that, it's 48. So we're at 6. 48 goes here. 51. 5 more minutes. 56. She's grabbed her 7th. She goes in. It's 59 minutes. She grabs 1. Then on her way out, it explodes. She's like right around here as it explodes. Is this like some dumb thing where like technically she gets here? She's technically out of the VIP room before. Because that's some bullshit. If that's the case, if it's 8, because technically she gets 1 out of there. But the whole place explodes. If she's... What is she doing? What is Rosa doing? Why is she carrying? The place is gonna explode. She's gonna... Final answer, E. That's bullshit. Honestly? Fuck that question. Don't like it. 8 ingots? Skill issue? Fuck you.
それでいいの？
Are you sure?
黄金を地上に運ぶには1往復8分かかるのよ。
It takes 8 minutes to carry each ingot to the surface.
8×8 じゃ60分をはみ出しちゃうわよ。
8 times 8 is more than 60. That's right.
だって何個持ち出したかが問題だもん。
But the question was, how many can she carry out of the room? That's such a... Do you know how actually bullshit that is? Like, actually level with me here for a second. We only know that technically, like, someone could grab an ingot and get out of the VIP room in, what was it, under like 4 minutes or so. Because 56 minus 60, 4. But like, just if someone was presented this question, how are they supposed to know how long it would actually take someone to get out of the VIP room part of that? You know what I mean? Like, that's not all the info is presented in the question itself. You shouldn't be able to give a riddle where someone is to assume that someone can get out of a room. Because the room, what if the room is super large and then the final, like, only the final, like, 30 seconds? Maybe, like, you can get from, like, you get out of the room and then it takes just 30 seconds to get to outside or whatever. Whatever the fucking way it was set up. You know what I mean? That's a bad question. That's a bad question. Boo. I'm following a complaint. Rose only has to take one step out of the room to carry it out. Yeah, but the room could be massive, dude. What if the VIP room could be any size based on the question, dude? I'm making sense. I'm not the crazy one here. You're all crazy, all right? Yeah, I'm not crazy. Nice going, Angie-chan. All those puzzles have really warmed you up. Good. That's right. To do 7 trips, you need 8 times 7 equals 56 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left. See, look at this. It's not even 4. I'm even wrong here. You can make it back to the underground room in 3 minutes. So then you have 1 minute. Then carry out the 8th ingot in the last minute. How do we know that? How? I feel like I'm gonna explode right now. How are you supposed to assume that you can get out of the VIP room in 1 minute? How are you to assume, huh? Also, the hint does you so dirty, because the hint, they make it seem like it's not a trick question at all, huh? So then you're just like, okay, it's a simple math thing, fine. And then, like, the VIP room could be massive. It could be anything for 1 minute. Carrying a really heavy ingot, apparently. Yeah. I didn't fail. The game failed me, okay? Shut up, Maria. Not bad, Angie. Nice one. I'm not gonna lose to you, Marina Oni-chan. Congratulations. Here's my medal. Now, you can try the puzzle Maria picked out just for you. Maria's gonna screw me over. I can feel it. I can feel it. So, it's finally my turn. You took so long on Mama's easy puzzle that I got a little worried. There's no way you'll ever solve this one. I've got Aunt Eva with me, and we'll solve it together. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Even Aunt Eva can't solve this one. Wolves and sheep puzzles are incredibly hard. From her handbag, Maria pulled out a wolves and sheep puzzle book that was worn out, well used, and had a majestic feel to it, like a grimoire. You know what a wolves and sheep puzzle is, right? I know. You show me those all the time.
こちらの岸から向こうの岸へ船を使ってみんなを移動させるパズルよ。
They're puzzles about using a boat to take everyone from one shore of a river to another.
大抵おかしなルールがあるのよね。
They usually have a few bizarre rules.
狼と羊の場合だとそれぞれの岸で狼が羊の数を上回ってはならないだっけ？
When there's wolves and sheep, you can't let the number of wolves on either shore get bigger than the number of sheep, right?
そう、その通り。
Yeah, that's right.
狼が羊を上回らないように気をつけながら船を往復させて全員を対岸へ移動させるパズルなの。
Send a boat back and forth, moving everyone to the other side while making sure that there are never more wolves than sheep.
でもね、狼と羊しかないのは一番シンプルで単純で簡単な入門編の基礎編の練習問題程度なんだよ。
But the ones with just wolves and sheep are the simplest, easiest, plainest beginner's basic practice puzzles.
上級編になるとね、狼や羊以外にもいろいろ出てくるのよ。
When you get to the higher levels, you have many things other than wolves and sheep.
面白いわよ。
It's pretty clever.
紙に書いた方がいい問題？
Should we write this down on a piece of paper?
そうね。その方がきっと整理がしやすいわよ。
Good idea. That'll definitely make it easier for you to sort out your thoughts.
参ったわね。この問題かなり手こずりそうよ。
Sigh. Sounds like this puzzle will be a handful.
このメダルは絶対エンジェにはあげないの。
There's no way you're getting my medal, Angie.
負けないもん。絶対に負けないもん。
I won't lose. I'm not gonna lose. Alright, here we go. You must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. On the near bank, there's a peasant, his wife, a shepherd, a sheep, a cow, some meat, and some vegetables. All of these count as one passenger on the boat. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. If the wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around, they'll run away together. If the wife is with the shepherd... If the wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around, they'll run away together. Ah, that skank. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around, he'll eat it. If the sheep is near the vegetables when the shepherd isn't around, he'll eat them. If the cow is near the vegetables when none of the humans are around, he'll eat them. It's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's been unloaded once, it can't be unloaded again. The vegetables are easily bruised, so they can only ride the boat once. Can you... Oh my god, dude. Can you achieve the objective in the smallest number of steps? The fact that this music is playing as I'm trying to solve this. Shit. I mean, the sheep and wolves puzzle I'm most familiar with is like is 3 things, and it's sheep, wolves, and like cabbage. And the trick to that question is bringing something back on the route back. But this makes it even harder because there's like a million things to do. And some things can only be moved once. So like in the 3 thing I was talking about, the sheep, wolf, and cabbage, you take the sheep, you bring it to one side, you bring then you go back, you bring the cabbage back to where the sheep is, but then when you put down the cabbage, take the sheep back with you, go back to the wolf, drop the sheep off, grab the wolf, take the wolf back to the cabbage side, place the wolf, go back to the sheep, grab the sheep, take it back to then you got all 3 to cross without anything bad happening. But then you must use... There's actually so many, isn't there? What does something else mean? Why is this an option? Why is that even a thing? Okay. I mean, I assume they mean something else as something other than 20, like 25 or higher. But anything higher than 25 moves sounds ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. I think I need a piece of paper. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, I got a piece of paper right here. I'm drawing. Wait. You guys would want to see this, right? I mean... do I have... second screen experience. Actually, I should probably put these... Let me put this up for a sec. Goddamn. Yeah, that's not gonna work if I do it like... Let me do it like this. One sec. I'm trying to get this working for everyone. There we go. Okay. So let me write this down first. I'm gonna make a picture and then we're all gonna solve it together, okay? Excuse me. That's a gross burp on mic. Okay, on the near bank, there's a peasant. There's a wife. There's a shepherd. Sheep. Oh, God. Sheep. Cow. There's so many things. What the hell? Meat. And vegetables. And then the boat can only be moved by the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. Sure. Wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around. They'll run away together. So we can't have peasant... No, we can't have shepherd. Shepherd and wife. Shepherd and wife. If the wife is with the shepherd, that's bad. So I'm going to do this. Great. You're going to see this image in a bit, so it's going to be great. They'll run away. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around. When both the peasant. So shepherd is near the meat. So shep and meat. When the peasant and his wife aren't around. When peasant and wife aren't looking at him. That's an eyeball. Again, you'll see this in a bit, but the eyeball will make sense. That's bad. If the sheep is near vegetables when the shepherd is around, he'll eat them. So sheep, vegetables, sheep, sheep, and vegetables when the shep isn't watching. Then that's also bad. If the cow is near the vegetables when none of the humans, he'll eat them. Cow is near vegetables. Humans. You're just gonna have to trust me that when you see this, it's gonna be a like magic. You're gonna want to type magic in chat. And then the other things, vegetables are easily brewed, so they can only ride the boat once. It's trouble to unload the meat, so it's unloaded once. So basically, I think it's saying it's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's unloaded once, it can't be loaded again. Once it's unloaded. The meat, so once it's been unloaded, meat is gonna get a 1 next to it. Same with vegetables, it gets a 1. Alright, I'm ready to show my work here. So we got a boat. And I assume it says we have to get everything across, right? Carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. Wait, you must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person? Oh no, did I already figure it out just out? Do I only have to worry about the people? Oh no. Was all this for nothing? Oh no. I'm about to just throw up. You must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. Don't patronize me. I was about to do a bunch of this. I was about to do a bunch of like, all right, peasant in the boat. This was gonna be a grand thing. I actually probably would have done a separate color. I can't believe. Alright, so I'm locking in final answer. Less than 10 steps. But let's ask Eva. Lifeline. Oh, wait a second. I'm so pissed, dude. Whoever heard of a puzzle with such complicated rules? Did you only know about the ones with wolves and sheep? Again, I hate Maria. My hate for Maria has been solidified. It's got lots of complicated puzzles that you got to deal with in different ways. See? You don't get it right. You don't get it either, right, Angie? Please, give me a hint. You have to organize your thoughts carefully. Only the 3 humans can row the boat. Then, you have to memorize all the things to look out for. When the peasant is away, you can't leave his wife with the shepherd. When both the peasant and his wife are away, you can't leave the shepherd with the meat. I'm so pissed that, like, I did that whole thing, and then I go back to the question, and I read the first sentence, and I'm like, God damn it. A comedy of errors. When the shepherd is away, you can't leave the sheep with the veggies.
牛も同じだけど人間なら誰でも OK。
You also need someone to watch the cow, but any of the humans can do that.
でも一番のポイントは肉かな。
Still, I guess the meat is the real key to the whole thing.
ああ、なるほど。
Ah, I see.
一度船から降ろしたらもう積めないってのは一度しか船に乗せられないって意味じゃないわね。
You can't put it on the boat again once you take it off, but that doesn't mean you can only take it across once.
そういうこと。
That's right.
野菜は本当に片道しか乗せられないから一度船に乗せて対岸に送ったらもう戻すことはできない。
The veggies really can make only one trip, so once you sent them across, you can't get them back.
でも肉は船から降ろしさえしなければ何度でも行き来はできる。
But as long as you don't take the meat off the boat, you can take it back and forth as much as you want. I fuck at you, Maria. Stop with all this.
すごい複雑。
It's so complicated.
考えても全然わからない。
Even after thinking about it, I don't get it at all.
紙に書いて整理するしかないわ。
We'll have to write it down and sort out our ideas.
エンジェちゃんもいる？
Do you want a pen and paper too?
メモと筆記用具。
Angie-chan?
無理無理。絶対に解けやしないよ。
Impossible. Impossible. You'll never solve it.
降参しちゃえば？
If only you just give up.
無能は思考するだけ時間の無駄だってば。
Thinking is a waste of time for the incompetent.
これ本当に解けるの？
Can this really be solved?
実は解けない矛盾した問題ってことはないでしょうね。
Don't tell me there's actually some contradiction that makes it unsolvable.
おお？
Huh?
さあどうかな。
Who knows? Maria 100% solidifies her position as the littlest shit with this riddle. Final answer, something else. No. A.
本当にひどい問題だわ。これ本当に解けるのよね。
This really is a nasty problem. Can it really be solved?
荷物は川に放り込んで船を使わずに流すとか。
Is there some
牛
trick?
に野菜を食べさせてお腹の中に入れて一人分にして運ぶとか。
Is there some trick to it? Like throwing things into the river without using the boat?
そういうトンチがあるんじゃないの？
Or making the cow eat the vegetables so that it can be carried as one passenger?
さてどうかしらね。
Well, who knows?
これ以上考えてわからないなら降参ってことにするけれど。
If that's as far as you can go, maybe you should give up, right?
これはすごい難しいよ。
This one's really hard.
ママにだって解けなかったんだから。
Even Mama couldn't solve it.
マリアは一発で解いちゃったけどね。
But I solved it on my first try.
さあわかる？
So, do you get it?
なんてで全員が対岸に渡れるか。
How many trips does it take to get every person across?
これトンチとか謎々よね。
This isn't a cheap trick or a riddle, right?
絶対まともに考えて解けないわよね。
There's no way you can solve this straightforwardly, right?
そんなことないわよ。
No, that's not true.
賢い姉さんならきっとわかるわよ。
I'm sure you will get it. Sorry, I had to click away for a sec there. You'll get it, Nissan, smart as you are.
なんてで全員が対岸に渡れるか。
How many trips does it take to get every person across?
わかった。
She really, Rosa really hammers it home at that point once you've already selected the answer. Jesus. I've got it.
3手。
3 trips. Huh?
3手？
3?
どうして？
How?
だって
It's easy.
農夫と妻が船に乗って対岸に妻を下ろして行って。
The peasant and his wife get on the boat. Then the wife gets dropped off on the other side with the first move.
農夫が船で戻って2手。
Then the peasant takes the boat back across in the second move.
そして羊飼いと一緒に対岸に渡って3手。
Then he crosses with the shepherd in the third move.
牛とか羊とか
But what about the cow and the sheep?
肉とか野菜とかはどうするのよ。
What about the meat and the vegetables?
だって全員でしょ？
But Aunt Eva, it said to take every person across, right?
人じゃない
Those other things aren't people. Huh? As Aniva's mouth flopped open, Aunt Rosa started plotting. After clicking her tongue, Maria Oni-chan joined in.
正解よ。
That's right.
問題が聞いてるのは全員が対岸へ渡るには何てかかるかということだもの。
The question just asked how many moves it would take to move each person across.
動物も荷物も初めから関係ないのよね。
The animals and luggage never had anything to do with it.
ママが全員って何度も繰り返すからバレちゃったんだよ。
They only got it because you kept saying every person over and over again, Mama. And Rosa had probably said it so much as sort of a hint. Without that, even I wouldn't have figured it out.
もう
Come on.
すっかりやられたわ。
I was totally taken in.
意地悪問題だったなんてね。
That was a mean question.
ほらマリア、
Go on, Maria.
メダルをエンジェちゃんに渡しなさい。
Give Angie-chan her meal. Or medal. Meal. Whining like an unhappy dog, she reluctantly handed the medal over. I grabbed it and started jumping around like a happy dog. As Mione-chan smiled at me from behind, her face was bright, just like a big sister's. Fuck Maria. My hatred burned so bright. That's the end of our riddles.
またぜひ一緒に遊びましょうね。
Let's play again sometime, okay?
その時はもっともっと難しい本当にひどい問題を用意しておくからね。
Next time, I'll have a really nasty puzzle that's even harder.
マリアにも解けないくらいの。
One so hard that even I couldn't solve it.
やだ。
No way.
もうマリアお姉ちゃんとは遊ばない。
I'm not playing with Marioni-chan anymore.
ほらエンジェちゃん、
Look, Angie-chan.
お父さんたちが手招きしてるわよ。行きましょ
Your parents are waving at you, so let's go.
う。じゃあね、後でねローザ。
See you later, Rosa.
うん。
Sure.
じゃあねエンジェちゃん。
Later, Angie-chan.
問題を出してくれる人もあとちょっとね。
There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. I kind of feel like we're not making much progress, though. I feel like because I'm having to spend so much time on the actual puzzles themselves, I feel like we're not actually, like, progressing that far. I started tonight's stream being like, oh, we're gonna make so much progress. But instead, I'm just over here making fucking doodles of a river. And writing out, like, fucking sheep and shep. Like... At least it's fun, question mark? Yeah, no, I'm having fun. Here's the thing. I know. This is like the antithesis to actual like Umineko. But like, I think it's fun. I think this is a fun little diversion. And I kind of... It's funny because the same way with like Thirsty Suitors, how during the cooking minigame, you had... This is me only just drawing a parallel to something I recently played, but like, during the cooking minigame, you'd have, like, these conversations between, like, Jala and, like, her parents or whatever. And, like, so during the minigame, you've got, like, story happening and actual, like, relationship building. And then, somewhat similarly here, underneath the guise of these puzzles, you've got, once you solve the puzzles of a certain group, you have, like, them have kind of, like, this moment. This actual, like, deep moment of, like, talking about, like, what, you know, their feelings about Angie, or life after, you know, what it is to be who they are after the events of Rokenjima or something like this. Like, you're getting, like, little nuggets of, like, what kind of should be wrapping up in, like, an episode 8. I kind of like how that's kind of baked in there, if that makes any sense. I kind of like how it's, like, you're getting certain groups of characters kind of, like, having some sort of resolving kind of like thoughts, feelings, and conversations, if that makes any sense. I think it's a nice way of doing it. Under the guise of like very annoying puzzles. But fun puzzles. They're fun nonetheless. I mean, it's good. There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. Keep it up until the end. I think I'm batting 100 though, right? Or batting 1,000, I should say. Not 100. 100 would not be great. But I think I'm batting 1,000, right? I think I'm perfect so far. I know my memory kind of sucks usually, but I'm pretty sure I haven't made any mistakes, so.
姉さんもいっぱい応援してあげてね。
And make sure you keep cheering her on, Nissan. 13 for 13? Perfect. No mistakes yet.
もちろん
Of course.
私たちで協力していっぱいメダルを集めてきたもんね。
We got all these medals by working together, right? Yeah. Also, it's already been kind of talked about already, but on a very pretty kind of surface level here. It is cute that it's Angie and Eva working together, because clearly it's somewhat been pointed out where it's like, oh, you know what happens later on, Eva survives Rokujima, and then the relationship between Eva and Angie is contentious, to say the least. And it's kind of cute that we do get this moment where they get to work together. They're kind of like this pair. It's cute. It's a cute package that we're being delivered here. The last, can't say the same for the alternate realities. Yeah. Any, it just doesn't count if, it's a different timeline where, I had to reload saves, so. The last riddle is supposed to be the hardest one, but I can bet you can solve it instantly. That's a lot of faith in me. That's a lot of faith. I appreciate it. We dashed away. Dad and Mom are waving at me from over there. I'm sure they've thought up some mean problems. Still, they have to be easier than Maria Oni-chan's. I hate Maria Oni-chan. She's such a meanie. True! Dude, me and Angie. This is gonna be my new true social media header. I hate Maria Oni-chan. She's such a meanie. I hate Maria, dude. Fucking hate Maria. Dude, I'm gonna say... Oh my god! No! Why? Why are you here? I'm sorry to be screaming. Jesus Christ. It just never ends. So, I gotta say, I'm gonna be upset once we finish Umineko, but one thing I'm not gonna be upset about is never having to see Maria ever again. Uryu.
意地悪な問題でいじめすぎだよ。
You bullied her too much with that puzzle.
だってエンジといっぱい遊びたかったんだもん。
I hate Sakura. Well, I wanted to play with Angie a lot.
簡単な問題だったらすぐ解かれちゃうよ。
If it was an easy one, she'd solve it right away, right?
マリアはエンジのこと大好きだもんね。
You really love Angie, don't you?
嫌いだよ。
I hate her.
サクタラのことぬいぐるみだってバカにしたもん。
She made fun of you and called you a stuffed animal. Maria pouted as she said this, but her expression didn't match her words at all.
エンジは幸せになれるといいね。
I hope Angie finds happiness.
なれるよ、きっと。
I'm sure she will.
だってこれだけの大勢があの子の幸せを願ってる。
After all, look at all the people here wishing for her happiness.
そしてバトラはゲームマスターにまでなり、エンジのためだけにこの最後のゲームを開いてる。
And now, Battler's the game master, and he set up this final game just for Angie.
そこまでしてもらって幸せじゃないわけがないよ。
After all this, there's no way she won't be happy.
でも幸せはみんなが用意することはできても掴み取るのは自分だからね。
Sorry, I was clicking something. Still, even though anyone can make happiness appear, you can only ever grasp it for yourself. I was trying to close the Microsoft Paint thing, and then I failed at closing it, so it'll just remain up. I'll just have to look at it as a shameful image. That's right.
あの子は幸せのかけらを拾うのがすごい下手なの。
That kid is really bad at finding fragments of happiness.
それを教えようにも12年間の日々が あの子の耳を塞いでしまった。
Even though we tried to teach her how, she's been covering her ears for 12 full years.
このゲーム、バトラが思ってるよりもエンジェには難しいかもしれない。
This game might be much harder for Angie than Battler thinks.
僕はエンジェはきっと幸せになってくれると思うな。
I'm sure Angie will find happiness.
そうだね。
Yeah.
このパーティーをあの子が楽しいと素直に思ってくれたなら、
If she really does enjoy herself at this party,
それが今のあの子に伝えられる精一杯かもしれない。
that itself might be the greatest lesson we can teach her now. Angie is the girl who doesn't believe and says that everything is a trick, no matter what magic is shown to her. 12 years in the future, that girl will become the last person to inherit Beatrice's name.
あの子は一度は私の白い魔法を理解したんだよ。
At one point in time, that kid understood my white magic.
うん。
Yeah,
僕のことも理解してくれたよ。
and she understood me too.
七姉妹のみんなさえ呼び出し、魔法を理解できたはず。
She even summoned all the 7 sisters and understood magic itself. This whole stretch with like Angie and Maria feels like so fucking long ago. That feels like years ago. I feel like I've been reading Umineko for years. That sounds like I'm saying it like it's a bad thing, and I'm not necessarily. It just feels like I've aged like so much over this like almost year that we've been reading Umineko. It's just she even summoned all the 7 sisters and understood magic itself.
そんな彼女が自分にだけは魔法を使えないなんてね。
I feel like I'm gonna finish Umineko, and not to get like, we're not at the end here, so I shouldn't get all choked up or whatever. But I'm gonna feel like it's gonna feel like it's been such a long time, and it's gonna be interesting to like look back and just be like, man, even over the course of like almost a year, it feels like so much has changed. I've changed so much, even just like almost a year. It's crazy. And yet she still can't use magic on herself.
信じよ。
Let us believe.
かつてのバトラもそうだったではないか。
Just as Battler did once in the past.
ベアと
Beato.
人に魔法をかけるのはたやすい。
It is easy to cast magic on others.
そして人の魔法を信じることもそう難しくはない。
And believing in other people's magic is not so difficult.
最も難しいのは自らに魔法をかけることなのだ。
The hardest thing is casting magic on yourself.
それがエンジェにできるかな。
Is that something Angie can do?
できるとも。
She can. I'll definitely be sure to check them out. I always review, because obviously OBS has like the counter, so whenever anyone makes any kind of clips, I can like check them. Any clips that anyone makes, I always check. I always check to see if they're good, if they're clipped right. I'll check. I review. I download the ones I need. Sometime this month, I guess this is it's a thing I do every year, but I compile all the clips from a full year, and they do make it into the year-end video that I do. That I've been doing now, what, for fuck, how long have I done it? 3 or 4 years probably now is when I started doing it for year-end best clips of the year, in my opinion. So I review everything that's clipped out of morbid curiosity. It's nice. I do like the idea of just having at the end of like a year of streams or whatever. I do like having just one video of just the best stuff compiled in some sense. Beatrice says she can.
あのバトラでさえ魔法を理解した。
Even Battler managed to understand magic.
その妹にできぬ道理はない。
Of course, his little sister will be able to do the same.
そうだね。
You're right.
子供のうちにしか見えない魔法もあるし、
There's some kinds of magic that we can only see when we're kids.
大人になって理解できる魔法もある。
And there are some that only adults can understand.
エンジは今その狭間にいる。
Right now, Angie is between the two of those.
子供の魔法を失い、さりとて大人の魔法も理解できぬ。最も辛き世代であるな。
She's lost the magic of children, but she has yet to understand the magic of adults. It's the most painful period of one's life.
そんな時に大切な人たちが身近にいないなんて本当にかわいそうだね。
It's so sad that she didn't have anyone close to her at a time like that.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
私たちはいつだってあの子のそばにいるんだよ。
We're always by that kid's side.
あの子がそれを信じないだけで。
She just doesn't believe it. Wait, have I always had the mouse there? My bad. Angie, please, realize that quickly. There are so many people smiling at you from behind, watching over you. If you just turn around, we'll be able to smile so much more, and talk to you so much more. You're Angie Beatrice, the final witch of Marriage Sorcerer.
正しい結末にたどり着けないとしても、
Even if you aren't able to do the right things in the end,
せめて今夜を君が楽しんでくれることを心より祈っているよ。
I pray that you can at least enjoy yourself tonight. Have fun, Angie. So long. The time we spent together feels so long, yet so short. Even so, for me, those memories are eternal.
どうだ、エンジ。
How's it going, Angie?
メダルはいっぱい集まったか？
Did you get a ton of medals?
何枚くらいあるだろうね。
I wonder how many it is now.
さあね。
Me too.
後で数えてみましょうね。
Let's count them later, okay?
もうだいぶ大勢から問題をもらったみたいね。
Seems you've been given quite a few puzzles already. Yeah.
お母さんたちに問題をもらったら、あとはいとこのみんなだけだと思う。
Once I get your puzzles, I think only the cousins are left.
そうかそうか。
Is that so? Huh?
よし。
Sorry, I was sneezing there. I muted myself. Excuse me. Didn't mute myself there. Sorry about that. Rudolph says, is that so, huh? Alright.
お父さんたちの問題に挑んでみろ。
What a mess of a stream this has been. Time to take a shot at Mom and Dad's puzzles.
難しいぞ。
I'll warn you, they're gonna be hard.
みんな同じこと言ってたけど、私たちが解いてきちゃったもんね。
Everyone says the same thing, but we just keep on solving them.
うん。
Yeah.
だから私とエヴァおばさんでメダルをいただいちゃう。
We'll get those medals together.
その意気よ。
Giggle. That's the spirit.
じゃあ、私から問題を出そうかしら。
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Okay. There were 3 girls. Miyoko, I'm the oldest. Satoko. Rika isn't the oldest. Rika says Miyoko is a liar. Nipa! Nipa indeed! Only the oldest of 3 girls is speaking the truth, so who is the oldest? Alright, simple thing here. Simple. It's simple. It's just a matter of elimination, right? Only the oldest is speaking the truth. The other 2 would be liars, so their statements, if they're a liar, opposites. So let's assume Miyoko is the oldest. Then her statement would be true here, saying I'm the oldest. Jesus. Then Rika isn't the oldest. That would be a false statement because she would immediately be lying. So then she's saying it is the oldest. So then that doesn't work. So let's assume Satoko is the oldest. Rika isn't the oldest. That would be a true statement. Miyoko lying, saying she's the oldest when she's not the oldest. Miyoko is a liar. Nipa. That would be not doable because Miyoko is a truther. But she's not. So let's say Rika is the oldest. She says she's a liar. That would be true. Miyoko would be a liar saying I'm the oldest, and she's not the oldest. And Rika isn't the oldest. That would be a lying statement. Because Satoko is not the oldest. So the answer is Rika. I'm going to imagine it's the third one here. But let's ask Eva. Because why not?
ああ、典型的な嘘つき問題ってやつね。
Ah, it's a classic liar puzzle.
おばさん得意よ。
Those are the ones I'm best at.
得意なのは嘘をつく方だけどな。
Don't you mean lying is what you're best at? Ow. Or wow. Not ow. I didn't think Dad's ears could stretch that far.
一人だけが本当のことを言ってる。
Only one of them is speaking the truth.
そして他は全員嘘をついているということ。
And both of the others are lying.
だから二人の言い分が本当になるような解釈は間違いってことね。
So, if you find an answer where two of them are telling the truth, it's wrong.
よくわかんない。
I don't really get it.
もっとヒント欲しい。
I want some more hints.
私のヒントはここまで。
That's all for my hint.
あとはエヴァおばさんと相談してごらんなさい。
If you want more, try talking to Aunt Eva.
エヴァおばさん。
Aunt Eva!
ポイントはリカね。
Rika is the key.
リカはミヨコが嘘つきだと言ってるわ。
Rika says that Miyoko is a liar.
ということは、ミヨコが本当のことを言ってるなら、リカは嘘つきだし、ミヨコが嘘をついてるなら、リカは本当のことを言っている。
So, if Miyoko is speaking the truth, then Rika is a liar. If Miyoko is lying, then Rika is speaking the truth.
つまり、矛盾し合う二人は確実にどちらかが嘘つきで、同時に確実にどちらかが真実を語っているということになるわけ。
In other words, since that pair contradicts each other, we know that one of them is lying and one of them is telling the truth. The other one is
さ
telling
す
the
が
truth.
エヴァ姉さん。
That's even Nissan for you.
そういうことね。
Exactly.
嘘つき問題では矛盾する証言同士はその中のどちらかが真実であることを確定させるの。
In liar games like this one, when you see a pair that contradicts each other, you know that one of them must be telling the truth.
その時点で聡子は漏れるから嘘つきが確定。
Neither of them is Satoko, so she's already confirmed as a liar.
もう答えが出ちゃったわね。
Giggle. Looks like the answer's already popped up. I'm so confident I'm not even gonna save the game. This surely can't backfire on me. Final answer, Rika. Rika!
正解。
That's right. How funny would it be if I was wrong, though? Wouldn't that make for a funny moment? That's right.
さすがエンジェちゃんよ。
Nice job, Angie-chan.
娘はこんなに賢いのに、間抜けな父親の顔が見てみたいわ。
Not defeated by my hubris, at least for now. Hard to imagine such a smart girl being related to that dolt of a father.
間抜けで悪うござんしたな。
Yeah, sorry for being a dolt.
お見事だぜ、エンジェ。
Nice going, Angie.
全部の組み合わせを考えてみたのか？
Did you think of all the combinations? Yeah.
ミヨコが一番年上だとすると、サトコの言うことは本当になっちゃう。
If Miyoko is the oldest, then what Toko says is true.
本当のことは一番年上しか言わないはずだから、これじゃおかしい。
Only the oldest person is supposed to tell the truth, so that doesn't make sense.
その通り。
That's right.
じゃあ聡子が一番年上の場合は？
Then what if Satoko is the oldest?
そうすると、ミヨコを嘘つきだと指摘するリカが、やっぱり本当のことを言ってることになっちゃって、おかしくなる。
If she is, then Rika would be telling the truth when she says Miyoko is a liar, which doesn't work.
だから、リカが一番年上じゃないとダメなの。
So, Rika has to be the oldest.
よくできました。
Good job.
はい。これが私からのメダルよ。
Here's my medal for you.
おめでとう。
Congrats.
ありがとう、お母さん。
Thank you, Mom. Yay.
次はルドルフね。
Rudolph is up next.
どんな問題を出すのかしら。
Wonder what sort of puzzle he has for us.
じゃあ俺も同じ嘘つき問題を出そうかな。
Well, guess I'll do a liar puzzle too.
今度はもうひとひねりいくぜ。
Let's crank it up a notch this time. Oh boy, okay. This time, Miyoko, Satoko, and Rika are all wearing masks. None of them know who is who. I'll have them write on paper so no one can recognize the voices of the others. Girl on the right says the girl in the middle is Miyoko. Girl in the middle says the girl on the left is Miyoko. Girl on the left says the girl on the right is Satoko. Of these three, Miyoko is speaking the truth. However, Satoko and Rika aren't necessarily lying. So, who are the three girls from right to left? Ah! Of these three, Miyoko is definitely speaking the truth. However, the others aren't necessarily lying. Okay, so we got we have mask 1, mask 2, mask 3. No. We're not doing it like that. We're not having this. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. Miyoko. Girl on the right. Girl in the middle is Miyoko. Girl on the right. Aren't necessarily lying is an interesting. Okay, so let's think of this like this. Miyoko is definitely speaking the truth. No, I already got this. No, don't do the dum-dum. Okay, so Miyoko, if Miyoko is speaking the truth, then it can't be Miyoko can't be right or middle, because they're saying someone other than themselves is Miyoko, right? So we already know girl on the left has to be Miyoko. Oh, true. You modified it. It is thinking. Smart. It's that is me then. I am the dumb who is thinking right now. So this is the key, right? Miyoko is speaking the truth. We know that for a fact. I'll bang on the table, right? So it can't be right or middle being Miyoko because they're both Miyoko. That's the key. The fact that both of these are Miyoko, but we know Miyoko is speaking the truth. And Miyoko obviously wouldn't say someone else is Miyoko because that's just insane. That doesn't make sense. So we know girl on the left is Miyoko. So from left to right, we can immediately eliminate A, B, C, D. We've got E, we got F. We only have to decide then the other options, or the other two. Girl on the right, and we know Miyoko speaks the truth. So girl on the right is Satoko. That means the final answer is E. But let's see what Eva has to say, because maybe she has something super enlightening to say. They're all wearing masks, and except for Miyoko, we can't tell if they're lying or telling the truth. This one's hard. No, it isn't.
おばさんはもう分かっちゃったけど。
I've already figured it out.
さっきのお母さんの問題よりこれもっと簡単よ。
This one's even easier than the one your mom gave a second ago.
どうして？
Why?
ミヨコ以外の2人は何を言ってるか信用できないから、まずは誰がミヨコかを特定しないと。
You can't trust the two who aren't Miyoko, so you'll first need to figure out who Miyoko is.
ミヨコは絶対に嘘をつかないんでしょ？
Miyoko doesn't lie, right?
うん
Yeah,
ミヨコは嘘をつかない。
Miyoko doesn't lie.
じゃあまずは誰がミヨコなのかということに絞って
So,
もう一度問題を読み直してみて。
start off by figuring out who Miyoko is, then read through the puzzle again.
きっとすぐにひらめくはずよ。
I'm sure you'll see it at once.
誰がミヨコかだけを考えるんだね。
Just think about who Miyoko is.
わかった。
Okay, I've got it.
エヴァ姉さんの言うことは素直に聞くのね。
You really do whatever Eva Nissan tells you. Yeah,
おばさん優しくて頭良くて大好き。
Aunt Eva is nice and smart, and I like her.
だから言うこと聞くの。
So I do what she tells me.
今度からナスやピーマンを食わすときは姉貴に手伝ってもらわねえとな。
Next time we try to feed Angie eggplant and bell peppers, we need to ask her to lend a hand. Giggle. Giggle. Alright, again, without saving, may my hubris damn me. I'm gonna pick final answer E.
ミヨコはわかった。
I know who Miyoko is.
左の子がミヨ
She's
コ。
she's on the left.
だって右側と真ん中の子は他の人がミヨコだって言ってる。
After all, the girls in the middle and on the right both say that someone else is Miyoko.
自分がミヨコだったら他の人がミヨコだなんて嘘はつかない。
If they were Miyoko, they couldn't lie and say that someone else was Miyoko.
その通り。
That's right.
ミヨコは正直者のはず。
Miyoko is supposed to be honest.
だから他人がミヨコだなんていう時点でその子はミヨコじゃないってわかるわけ。
So, when someone says that someone else is Miyoko, they can't be her.
そうなると右側と真ん中の子はミヨコじゃないから左側の子が自動的にミヨコになる。
So, since the middle one and the right one aren't Miyoko, the left one automatically is.
そしてミヨコは本当のことを言ってるんだから右の子がサトコというのも本当になる。
And since Miyoko speaks the truth, then it's also true that the kid on the right is Satoko.
と
Satoko.
なれば残る真ん中の子はリカってことになるわね。
Which means that only which means the only kid left, the one in the middle, is Rika.
素晴らしいわ。満点よ。
Perfect.
ケロッと解かれちまったな。
You solved it like it was nothing.
エンジェ、お前は母さんに似て本当に賢いぞ。
Angie, you really are smart like your mom. Dad rubbed my cheek and hugged me. You got 1 medal.
これで俺たちの問題はおしまいだ。
That's all for our puzzles.
いいエンジェ。
Listen up, Angie.
人生にはこれからもたくさんの問題が訪れるわ。
Life will lead you through countless puzzles.
今はエヴァおばさんが助けてくれるから頼ってもいい。
And Eva is here to help you now, so it's okay to rely on her.
でもね、人生の問題のほとんどはあなた一人で解かなくちゃならないの。
However, you'll have to solve most problems in life by yourself.
その時にそれまで助けてくれた人の助言や恩を必ず思い出すようにしてね。
When that happens, you must remember the advice you'd gotten from those who have helped you in the past. Okay,
わかった。
I get it.
エヴァ姉さん、
Eva Nissan,
エンジェをよろしくね。
take care of Angie.
ええ、もちろんよ。
Yes, of course. Even though the cousins were the only ones who hadn't given us puzzles, Mom spoke as though I was leaving on a long, long trip. Weird.
行きましょう、エンジェちゃん。
Let's go, Angie-chan.
あと少しでこのゲームもおしまいね。
The game will be over soon.
いっぱいのメダルでおじいちゃんは何をくれるのかな。
I wonder what Grandpa will give us for all these medals.
何かしらね。
Me too.
でもそんなものよりももっと素敵で楽しいものを私たちはもういっぱい受け取っているわ。
Still, we've already gotten many things that are far more wonderful than that prize.
何の話？
What do you mean?
みんなエンジェちゃんと こうしてお話ができてとても楽しかったということよ。
We've all had a lot of fun talking to you like this, Angie-chan.
何のことかわかんない。
I don't get it.
変なおばさん。
You're weird.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
行きましょう。
Let's go then.
あとはいとこのみんなとベアトリーチェでおしまいかしら。
Now, all that's left are the cousins and Beatrice, I guess. The baby is not able to realize the more important things. What is it?
こんなところに呼び出して。
Why did you tell me to come over here?
エンジェの話？
Is it something to do with Angie?
いや、違う。
No, that's not it. Rudolph put a cigarette in his mouth and toyed with his lighter. Though he should have done this easily, he somehow managed to mess up several times.
俺はこいつを棺の中まで。
I wanted to take this to my grave.
いや、猫箱の中にしまい込んじまうつもりだった。
No, to hide it away in a cat box.
明日の晩まで口にチャックをしてりゃそうできる。
If I just kept my mouth shut until tomorrow night, I'd be able to do that.
簡単なもんさ。
It'd be easy.
ほら、今夜殺されるだろうなって。
I might be killed tonight.
そういう話さ。
That's what I wanted to talk about.
知ってたわ。
I knew it.
あなたが何か隠し事をしてるってこと。
I knew you're hiding something.
そうかい。
Did you?
じゃあ俺の修行もまだまだだな。
Guess I still need more practice.
エンジェの話じゃないなら誰の話？
If it isn't about Angie, then who is it about?
まさかアスムさんの話じゃないわよね。
You aren't talking about Asumu-san, right?
バトラの話だ。
It's about Battler.
同じような話よ。
Comes to the same thing.
私はバトラ君には大人の対応をしてきたつもりよ。
I've tried to behave as an adult towards Battler-kun, right?
アスムさんの子であっても私はエンジェと分け隔てなく接してきたつもり。
Even though he's Asumu's son, I've tried to treat him the same as Angie.
ちゃんと我が家の子供だと思ってるから安心して。
I do think of him as a child in our family, so don't worry.
我が家の子じゃない。
He's not just a kid in our family.
俺とお前の子だ。
He's my kid and yours.
悪いけれどそこだけは区別させてちょうだい。
I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me draw the line there.
違う。
You don't get it.
俺とお前の子なんだ。
He's my kid and yours.
なんですって？
What?
死産したのはお前じゃない。
You didn't have a stillbirth.
アスムだ。
Asumu did. Wait.
あの時お前とアスムとの二股を生産できず俺はどうかしてたんだ。
Back then, when I was double timing the two of you, got myself stuck and couldn't find a way out.
まさかまさか。
You don't mean...
アスムと俺は籍を入れていた。
Asumu and I were married.
お前とは浮気の関係だった。
You and I were cheating.
そしてアスムは死産してお前は出産しちまった。
Then, Asumu had a stillbirth, and you gave birth.
俺の頭はしっちゃかめっちゃかだったぜ。
My head was a mess with it all. This feels like a big reveal. This feels like a huge thing. This is... Jesus. The sin Rudolph committed when his mind was at its most chaotic was to switch the two babies.
あの頃は今以上に金回りが良かったからな。
I was even better off financially back then.
若かったから無理も無茶もしたぜ。
This was hinted a couple times, but yeah. I mean, even if so, if it's at least being a very direct, like, reveal, even if we talk about it, like, narratively, even if it was hinted at before, like, even during those times where I assume you're talking about, like, things where, like, Rudolph had, you know, the times we had talked about where he was like, I want to tell you in battle or something and stuff like that. at least narratively, like story-wise, it being very I'm even talking about like Rudolph point blank telling Kairi like, "Hey, this is how this is what it is." Seems like a big that's the thing. That's quite a powerful thing to reveal to Kairi, who we were seeing previously be very much mask off, like, hey, I don't give a shit about Battler kind of thing. I don't give a shit about Battler because he's not my child kind of thing. Is also mean this stuff about Battler not being Asuma's son in episode 4. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Good point. Solid point. I was even better off financially back then. I was young, and I didn't give a damn about what lengths I went to. I threatened the hospital while slapping them with money, and switched your kid with Asumus. If Kairi had a child, Rudolph would have to maintain 2 households. However, if Kairi had a stillbirth and the child who survived was Asumus, that would settle everything. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kairi. I kind of figured it out from that, and then episode 6, when Kairi said that they were going to give birth at the same time, but she had a stillbirth. Oh, it kind of all came together at that point. That makes sense. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kairi. It was a grave sin, one that simply couldn't be forgiven as an act of enthusiasm and immaturity. Dude, for some reason I got to enthusiasm multiple times. I was just like, But yeah, I still stand by. I'm even like you said, you understand what I'm saying, but like I stand by even just like the fact that this being a reveal to Kairi as a character, and her just being like, oh, even right before she was like, I gotta draw the line there. Battler is not my son, and he's like, he is. That's why I should be apologizing to all 3 of you. I forced Asumu to raise a kid that wasn't hers. Damn, Rudolph coming across like an actual asshole right now. That woman wasn't anywhere near as generous and accepting as she looked. There's a chance she figured it out. However, she raised Battler, who loved her as a mother, with all the affection she had. And in Kairi and Battler's cases, he had to atone for an even greater sin. He stole every moment of everyday life, or everyday family life, that they should have shared as mother and son. Until this very day, Kairi had believed that Battler and was Asumu's child. Though she had acted kindly towards him on the surface, she had always kept a distance in her heart between herself and Asumu's son. Finally, Rudolph's conscience had been unable to bear seeing her like this. But Kairi sank into a crouch, unable to speak. Feel free to curse me. In fact, I couldn't complain if you killed me where I stand. That's how horrible my sin against you is. This is a secret I wanted to confess before the cat box closes over us. Battler-kun. I'm so sorry, Kairi. And to you, Battler. Sorry, I got paper I'm trying to organize on my desk
気
here
づ
now.
けば随分とたくさんの人に問題を出してもらったものね。
Come to think of it, we've already gone through a ton of puzzles.
うん。
Yeah.
あとはジョージお兄ちゃんとジェシカお姉ちゃんとパトラお兄ちゃんとペアトリーチェだけだね。
Now, there's only George Oni-chan, Jessica Oni-chan, Battler Oni-chan, and Beatrice left.
お、やっと来たぜ。
Oh, they're finally here.
待ちくたびれだよ。
We could hardly wait.
僕たちのことを忘れてるんじゃないかと心配したよ。
Thought you might have forgotten about us. Finally, we challenged George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan.
お待たせしたわね。
Sorry to keep you two waiting.
二人ともとびきり難しい問題を用意できたかしら？
So, did you think up some incredibly hard ones for us?
私たちは2人で一つの問題を出すことにしたんです。
We decided to give you one puzzle together.
あらあら、それは一問でもおっかないわね。
My, even one riddle from this pair sounds challenging.
エンジェちゃんのために用意した特製の問題だから頑張ってね。
It's a special puzzle we made just for Angie-chan, so good luck.
解けるもん。絶対解けるもん。
I'll solve it. I'll definitely solve it.
じゃあ早速始めようかな。
Okay, then let's go.
ジェシカちゃん、あれを並べよう。
Jessica-chan, let's set them out.
ほいきた。
There you go. They placed 3 small, colorful, cubic boxes on the table.
このうちの2つはびっくり箱。
2 of these are traps.
残りの1つにはメダルが入ってるんだ。
The other has a medal inside.
エンジェちゃんにはどれにメダルが入ってるか当てられるかな。
Angie-chan, do you think you can guess which one has the medal in it?
ヒントがなかったら無理。
Not without a hint.
こんなの運。
That would just be luck.
そうだね。このままじゃただの運試しの3択だ。
That's right. So far, this is just a test of luck with these, with 3 choices.
確率はつまり3分の1ってわけだね。
In other words, your odds of winning are 1 in 3.
ジョージ、
George,
これじゃクイズじゃないわ。
this isn't a quiz.
本当にただの運試しじゃない。
It really is just a test of luck.
問題は後々。
The puzzle comes later.
話を続けよう。
Let's continue.
さあ、エンジェ。
Okay, Angie.
この3つの箱のどれにメダルが入ってるかな？
Which of these has a medal inside, do you think?
直感で選んでごらん。
Just say the first one that pops into your head. A red box, a blue box, and a green box. There's no way to know which one it's in. This really is a test of luck. In a way, this is even worse than a hard puzzle. After all, if you solve a hard puzzle, you'll always be right. But in the very beginning, I picked the almond with a 1 in 15 chance. Compared to that, a 1 in 3 chance is 5 times easier to get. There's no point worrying about it. Might as well test my luck again.
じゃあこれ。
Then this one.
赤い箱。
The red box?
じゃあこの箱をエンジェちゃんの前に置こう。
Then let's set this box right in front of you.
この中にメダルが入ってるといいね。
Wouldn't it be great if there was a medal inside?
じゃあまずは小手調べ。
So, let's start with a little warm-up.
その赤い箱の中にメダルが入っている確率は何分の1かな？
What's the probability of the medal being inside that red box? Is this... are we just having the Monty Hall problem again? Which is something I brought up about the cake from before. When I called the cake thing, and then the situation Angie was doing with it a reverse Monty Hall. What's the probability of the medal being inside that red box?
3分の1。
1 in 3.
正解よ。
That's right.
これが本当に純粋な運試しだとしたならね。
If this really is a simple test of luck.
いいのか、エンジェ。
Are you sure, Angie?
本当にその赤い箱でいいのか？
Are you absolutely sure you're happy with that red box?
この後、エンジェにそれを開けてもらうわけだけど。
After all, we're gonna make you open it in a second.
もしびっくり箱だったら、すっごいびっくりするぜ。
If it's a trap, it'll be really scary. Jessica Oni-chan grinned threateningly.
いいのかい？本当にその赤い箱で。
Are you happy with the red box?
メダルは青い箱か 緑の箱に入ってるかもしれないよ。
The metal might be in the blue box or the green box.
チェンジするかい？
Do you want to change your mind? It's not fair for them to scare me like that, not after I've already made my choice. And I know, all of the boxes have the same probability of having a metal in them. Whether I try to open the red box or change my mind and to try the blue or green boxes, the probability will be the same. So, stick with your choice. Our first choice is my motto. I'll stay with this red box. I won't change my mind.
この赤い箱でいいの。
I'm happy with the red box.
私はこれにかける。
I'll bet on it.
いい度胸だぜ。
That's the spirit.
でも本当にびっくり箱は怖いんだぜ。
I love the voice acting there. But seriously, the traps are terrifying.
どれくらい怖いか一個見せてやるからな。
Why don't we show you just how scary they are? Jessica Oni-chan laughed creepily, then opened the green box. And then... Bang! Someone died! Pumpkin monsters and ribbon came flying out of the box. It scared me a little. No, that's a lie. It scared me a lot. I would scream. If that came flying out of the box I opened right on my face, I might fall to my knees and start crying. And I'm not joking. I always say this. I'm a very easily startled person. Go to any spooky horror game I've played on this channel so far. I would shrivel and die.
エンジ、本当にその赤い箱でいいのかい？
Angie, are you sure you want the red box?
すっごく怖いのが飛び出すかもしれねえぜ。
Something really scary might come flying out, okay?
やっぱり青い箱にチェンジした方がいいんじゃねえの？
Are you sure you don't want to switch to the blue box?
怖くない。
I'm not scared.
エンジャは赤い箱でいいの。
I'll
いいの。
I'll stick with the red box.
脅しすぎだよ、ジェシカちゃん。
You're going a bit overboard, Jessica-chan.
さあ、これで箱は一つ減って二つになっちゃったね。
So, one of the boxes is now gone, and there's only two left.
さあ、ここからが問題だよ、エンジちゃん。
This is where the puzzle starts, Angie-chan.
どっちの箱にメダルが入っているか？
You mean which box is the medal in?
エンジェちゃんの前にさっきから置きっぱなしにしているその赤い箱と僕の前にあるこの青い箱。
We have the red box that's been sitting in front of you the whole time and the blue box here in front of me.
どっちを開けた方がメダルの入ってる可能性が高いかな？
Which has a higher probability of having a medal inside it?
それが問題さ。
That's the puzzle. Ah. I don't think I need to read this, do I? Do you or do you want to switch? So which box has a higher probability of holding the medal, the red box or the blue box? She picked the red box. Blue box technically has a higher probability. As I said, the Monty Hall, yada, yada, yada. Although, again, you could say it's such a small chance. Honestly, I wouldn't blame a kid for wanting to stick with the box that she originally picked. Just because, like, hey, it's the lucky box I picked. I love boxes. Red, love the color red. I love red.
中身がわからなくて箱が2つならメダルが入ってる確率はボブとゴブ。
Even though we don't know what's inside, there are two boxes, so there's a 50-50 chance of the medal being in either.
どっちも同じじゃないの？
They're both the same, aren't they?
おばさんもそう思うんだけどね。
I thought that too.
でもそれじゃ答えが当たり前すぎるでしょ。
Still, that would make the answer too obvious, wouldn't it?
何かひとひねりあるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if there's some trick here. Oh, Eva. Or that itself might be the trick and the obvious answer could be the right one. Might be one of those classic puzzles that trips you up by making you think too hard and suspiciously.
私から2人に2つ質問があるけどいい？
I have two questions for you two. Is that okay?
どうぞ。
Go ahead.
この3色の箱は誰のもの？
Who do these three boxes belong to?
ジェシカちゃんの？
You, Jessica-chan?
はい、そうですけど。
Well, yeah.
つまり どの色がびっくり箱かあなたは知っているのね？
In other words, you know which colors are traps, right? I guess this is a fair way of establishing the Monty Hall thing, because for the Monty Hall problem to actually be a thing, the person who's in control of administering the boxes and then opening the first box has to know which ones are right. So I appreciate that this is clearly pointing out, like, hey, Jessica, you know which one, when we opened a box as a test, like which one was a trap, right?
ええ、もちろん。
Yeah, of course.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
引き続き2つ目の質問ね。
And now for my second question.
ジェシカちゃんはさっきびっくり箱の怖さを教えるためにと一つ開けてくれたわね。
A second ago, you opened one of the boxes to show us how scary the traps were.
それはエンジェちゃんがどの箱を選んだとしてもやっていた？
Would you have done that no matter which of the boxes Angie-chan chose?
そうです。
That's right.
せっかくなんで怖がらせた方が心理戦っぽくて面白いかなって思って。
I figured giving her a bit of a scare would make for a nice psychological warfare tactic.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
ヒントはそれで十分よ。
Those hints will be enough.
ヒント？
Hints? Huh? I'm completely lost. How are Aunt Eva's questions just now hints? Again. May my hubris strike me down? I'm gonna say final answer. Blue box has the higher probability. It has, with what has been established, the 66% chance of holding the medal. Oh!
青い箱の方がいい。
The odds are better for the blue box.
へえ。
Hmm?
それはどうしてかな？
And why is that?
なんとなく。
Well, I just sorta...
エンジェちゃんがアーモンドを当てたあの15切れのケーキを思い出してみて。
Oh my god, they're actually bringing up the cake thing. I was so right in talking about how the cake thing was like a reverse Monty Hall. Think back to the 15 slice cake that you found the almond in.
アーモンドが一つだけなら当たりの確率は15分の1なわけよね。
If there was only one almond, the odds of winning were 1 in 15, right? Yeah,
15分の1。
1 in 15. It's my slice. I figured that out when the cake first appeared. I thought that waiting for a lot of people to get wrong ones would make my chances for winning higher. But in the end, no matter when I ate my slice, the odds were still 1 in 15.
でもね、エンジェちゃん。
Still, Angie-chan.
実はあのケーキ。
What if the servants were also having cake?
使用人の人たちも食べてて、本当は最初20切れあったケーキだったとしたら？
And it started with 20 slices. Huh?
あれ？
What?
今日はお祭りだもの。
This is a party, right?
使用人の人だけケーキなしなんて意地悪でしょ？
It's not fair that the servants don't get any cake, don't you think?
だから本当は20切れのケーキがあったの。
So let's say it was originally a 20 slice cake.
それを使用人分5切れ抜いて15切れにして飾り直して、そこからエンジェちゃんに選んでもらったとしたら。
The servants took out 5 slices, then redecorated it as a 15 slice cake and let you choose a slice.
エンジェちゃんが選んだケーキの当たる確率は本当はいくつだったと思う？
If so, what would your chances of choosing the right slice be? If there really were 20 slices, then the chances would be 1 in 20.
でも使用人の人たちはアーモンドの入ってない場所を知ってたから、そこを避けてケーキを5切れもらったのよ。
However, servants know where the almond is, so they chose 5 slices for themselves out of no almonds.
つまり彼らはハズレを5個間引いてくれていたというわけ。
In other words, they removed 5 losing slices.
だから確率は20分の1じゃなく15分の1になる。
That would mean your chances of winning were 1 in 15, not 1 in 20.
ハズレを間引いたんだから、その分 たる確率が上がるのは当然だよ。
They took out losing slices, so the odds would obviously go up.
同じことが今ジェシカちゃんによって行われたんだよ。
I feel comfortable enough saying this. This story of mine. I remember many years ago now at this point, I was dating someone. And I was trying to... something happened, and then I had to try to explain the Monty Hall situation to her. And, I swear it was like a multi-hour ordeal where it ended with her being like, I just don't get it. And me just being so fucking frustrated, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I was livid. I was sitting there trying to explain it as best I could, and I was like, I don't know how else to explain it. Because, like, to me, it makes 100% sense. Especially as you start increasing the numbers, it only makes more and more sense. So I was like, I was doing everything. I was making diagrams. I was like fucking like, I was like doing like pictures. I was explaining it. I was making it like, I was increasing numbers to like thousands. I was like, yeah, the moment you eliminate all these boxes, you have more of a chance if they say, all right, you eliminate everything and then you want to switch, you should just switch. And I'm pretty sure something like, oh, but what if the one you picked was right? And me just being like, Visual novels love Monty Hall. Yeah. I swear, like, I think through like the 999 like Zero Escape, like the you know, that whole Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward 999 series, I feel like those games, like in each one you would get at least one Monty Hall thing. Like I can directly remember. But yeah, that situation, I was like, I don't know how else to put this to you. And then, to no one's surprise, the relationship ended at some point later. Just now, Jessica-san did the same thing. Yeah, that's a weird thing. I distinctly remember the one in Zero Time Dilemma. Did the other ones have it as well? I can't remember it as perfectly as the other one, but I just feel like it was probably discussed. Now, obviously, it's been even longer since I played the first two, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like I remember, like, each one having some variation of it. But you're right, I do distinctly remember, like, the Zero Time Dilemma one. Just now, Jessica-san did the same thing.
Jessica-chanは君が選ばなかった2箱の中から外れを1つ間引いたんだ。
Jessica-chan removed one of the two boxes you didn't choose.
ということは、君が選ばなかった方の当たる確率もその分上がったということになるんじゃないかな。
In other words, the odds that the remaining box you didn't choose as a winner went up a bit, right?
わかったような、わからないような。
I sort of get it, but not really. If you remove a losing box, it's only natural that your chances of getting the right one go up. And just now, Jessica Oni-chan removed a losing box from the pair of boxes I didn't choose. So, doesn't it make sense that my odds of winning with those boxes went up?
よくわかんなくなってきちゃった。
Now I'm getting confused.
いや、エンジェちゃんはすごいよ。
Actually, you really are incredible, Angie-chan.
6歳で確率論の事後確率を理解しようとしたんだからね。
Even though you're only 6, you're trying to understand posterior probability, concept in probability theory.
確率は面白いよ。
Probability really is interesting.
高校や大学に入ったらきっと好きになると思うから。
I'm sure you'll like it when you get into high school and college.
いっぱい勉強を楽しんでね。
Go and enjoy studying it all you can. My little head was already filled to the brim. Bewildered, I had to beg Aunt Eva for an explanation. And Eva wore a bitter smile too. I'll bet she doesn't really get it herself. As we felt a sense of connection through this failure, we happily grasped the medals we had wrangled out of them. Angie-chan.
ちょっとこっちへ来て。
Could you come over here for a second? Question mark? I'm trying to remember. Now I'm thinking of the Zero Time Dilemma and the situation where the Monty Hall thing. And, like, not necessarily... I remember feeling this a lot in Zero Time Dilemma, but maybe it wasn't fair because technically all the games are like this. But, like, I remember finishing Zero Time Dilemma. I've talked about on the channel how I was actually really disappointed in Zero Time Dilemma. But, like, I remember distinctly in Zero Time Dilemma stuff where, like, that Monty Hall thing, or basically anything where you had one choice or the other. At some point, I got really bitter on the whole, like, nothing really has consequence because you can just go back in the timeline and just see what the other option holds. And I know that's such a weird thing to latch onto. And I remember at the time me not even really being able to explain it well, but it was just funny to me how, like, it was such a problem that I had in Zero Time Dilemma, but I think that's just because it was overall a worse game than I thought than the first two. And so maybe I was thinking, like, oh, because I just generally like the first two ones better, this kind of issue didn't stick out to me as much. But, like, I remember finishing Zero Time Dilemma, expecting a ton, and then it just being a disappointment on many things. And then, yeah, so, exactly. It very much just felt like okay, well, I'm picking whatever, I'm going to see what the result is, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to clearly see the other thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Man, I could rant so much about Zero Time Dilemma. Zero Time Dilemma was so weird. Zero Time Dilemma is so bizarre. And I remember, dude, I was following that thing for so long. I remember back when Facebook was way more popular and I was on Facebook a lot more often. And I mean, I'm not even like on it right now at this point. But I remember one of the first, like, being on Facebook. And I remember joining some fan group page that was like a page dedicated to trying to get a third game in the series and everything. And I forgot what it was called, but it was like a bunch of people just like begging for a fucking third game in the series, and like me just being like so active and just being like, I really hope. And then once like word came out that a third game in that series was going to come out, just being so fucking excited and elated. And then it was just like, once Zero Time Dilemma came out, I was just like, ugh. I just remember just being so let down by Zero Time Dilemma. It was so bizarre. The feelings were just so bizarre playing through that game. Played 999 in high school, but I didn't have a 3DS, so I didn't play Virtue's Last Reward until way later. Oh, see, I played 999 on the DS, and then I played Virtue's Last Reward on the Vita. Virtue's Last Reward on the Vita, I was a big Vita person. I still have the Vita that I played it on everything. And I loved, I talk about how much I love Virtue's Last Reward and just how, like, I remember, like, getting towards the end in certain moments as you're leading up to, like, the end and certain reveals and stuff, them hitting me so hard and me just, like, having to put down my Vita in, like, sleep mode and just, like, walking away and just, like, going for walks after, like, certain reveals and me just being, like, just feeling it so hard. Like, I loved Virtue's Last Reward so hard. Yeah, I was, ooh, Zero Time Dilemma, man. Zero Time Dilemma. I still have, and Zero Time Dilemma I was so hyped for because, so I have the physical Zero Time Dilemma. So I have the little PS Vita cart for it, like chip little thing. And I pre-ordered it, or ordered, like, I don't know if it was just pre-order or like special edition, but I got like the watch. So I'm looking at it right now. It's like on my mantle. I've got like the watch from Zero Time Dilemma, like in a little case thing. And it's a cool watch and everything, but just thinking about the game, I'm just like, God damn it. Anyway, Angie says, question mark? What is it, George Oni-chan? George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan were calling to me from the window. Aunt Eva was talking with Mom and the others, and since it looked like they'd be a while, I went over to George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. And last thing I'll say about Zero Time Dilemma, and I feel like I've talked about this like recently on this channel too, because anytime I talk about Zero Time Dilemma, I always bring up this. Such weird characterization in Zero Time Dilemma. And not only weird characterization, just personality changes. It's just bizarre. It just felt weird. It just, playing that game just feels weird. Whatever. I can't go over this rant. We can't do this.
Nani?
What did they do? What did they do to Junpei? What did they do to him? What did they do to my boy? Angie says, what?
もうすぐクイズ大会もおしまいだな。
Yeah, even Akane feels weird too. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're just. And I don't know if I talked about this, but maybe a year ago I tried to do a replay of Zero Time Dilemma because I wanted to see if I wanted to replay it because I obviously played it to death, saw everything in my first playthrough years ago at this point. Started to replay it, and I got about 2 hours in, and I was just like, I can't do this. I was like, I can't do it. I can't play this again. It's so bad. It looks like the quiz tournament is almost over. Yeah.
あとはバトラお兄ちゃんとベアトリーチェでおしまい。
There's gonna be people watching this, and I'm just having... This episode is gonna be weird, because it's me solving all these riddle things, and then it's gonna be me complaining about Zero Time Dilemma. Yeah, there's only Battle Oni-chan and Beatrice left.
なんだかさっきから眠い。
I'm starting to get sleepy. It's probably because of that adult drink I swiped from Dad. I felt floaty ever since I drank that. That floaty feeling keeps getting stronger. I've been feeling sleepy for a while now. I gave a huge yawn.
眠い
Sleepy? Zero Time Dilemma deserves to be complained about. Yeah, I know. I generally, I'm very much oh, a game can't ruin a previous game. I'm very much a staunch, hey, someone remaking a game or a movie or anything, the original work is still there, and you can't get, retroactively disappointed in it or something. But there's a part of me where I'm like, damn. I wish they would just take back Zero Time Dilemma. Just take it back. Take it back. Take me to a time when I just wished it was a thing and that it didn't actually come out, you know? Yeah.
ソファーがあったら寝ちゃうかも。
If I had a sofa, I'd probably fall asleep.
そっか。
I see.
じゃあもうじきこのパーティーもおしまいだな。
Then, I guess it's almost time for this party to end. Party will end if I fall asleep? But I just wanted to take a nap while everyone else kept having fun.
僕たちのさっきの問題難しかったかい
Was our puzzle just now a hard one?
うん。
We only got one more set of puzzles to go through. We're gonna do it then. We're doing it tonight. We got this. It's a late night. We're past the 5 hours. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah.
未だによくわかんない。
I still don't really get it.
それに眠い。
And I'm sleepy.
あれは事後確率って言ってね
It's called posterior probability.
ある特定の情報を知ることであるいは知らないことで確率が変動することを言うんだよ
That's what we call it when the probability of something changes because we learn or fail to learn some piece of information. Did George Oni-chan call me all the way over here to lecture me on math? For some reason, I feel even sleepier now.
もし
So,
10個のケーキの中にアーモンドが1つだったら当たる確率は 10% だね
if we have one almond and 10 slices of cake, our chances of getting it are 10%.
でもそれが実は100個のケーキの中から適当に選んだうちの10個だと教えられたらどうなると思う
But what if we learn that those 10 pieces were chosen at random from 100 pieces?
10分の1どころか当たる確率は100分の1だと思うよな。
You would think that the probability went from 1 in 10 to 1 in 100, right?
エンジェちゃんが選んだケーキは 何も変わらないのに。
Absolutely nothing has changed about your slice of cake.
エンジェちゃんが何かを知ることによって、あるいは知らないことによって、
Depending on whether you know or not, you don't. Depending on whether you know or don't know a certain fact.
エンジェちゃんのケーキの中に当たりが生まれるかどうかの確率が変化したんだよ。
The probability of your slice being a winner changes.
不思議な話だと思わないかい？
Doesn't that sound strange?
その話難しそうだからもうやだ。
That sounds hard, so I don't want to think about it.
エンジェ
Angie,
いいから最後まで聞いて。
please, just listen until the end. Jasconi-chan's voice grew a bit stern. As young as I was, I couldn't understand what all this was supposed to mean to me.
僕が君に伝えたいのはたった一つなんだ。
There's only one thing I want to tell you.
だからこれだけは忘れないで。
So please, don't forget this.
なに？
What?
これから未来、
In the future?
さまざまな情報が君の手の中のケーキに干渉する。
Various bits of information will affect the slice of cake in your hands.
それらを知ることで、君のケーキの中身はさまざまなものに変化するかもしれない。
By learning about those, the insides of your slice might change.
それは時に望むもの。
Sometimes, they'll change into things you want.
でもおそらく、それらのほとんどは君の望まないものに変化するだろう。
But, most likely, almost all the changes will be bad ones.
真実はいつだってエンジェの手の中にある。
The truth is always right there in your hands, Angie.
誰かの言葉や誰かが期待する真実を耳にすることでその中身が変化するなんてバカらしいと思わないか？
Don't you think it's stupid to let it change around just because you hear other people talking? Just because they think the truth should be one thing or another?
君の中の真実は最初から君の手の中にあるんだよ。
The truth inside of you has been in your hands since the beginning.
そしてその中身は実は君自身が決めているんだ。
The nature of that truth is actually something you decide for yourself.
君が何を聞き、何に耳を覆うかで、君自身がその中身を変化させている。
You change it yourself depending on what you hear and what you refuse to listen to.
意味がわからないと思うぜ。
You probably don't get what we're saying,
でも理解して。
but you have to understand.
6歳のエンジェにはわからなくても12年を経ればきっとわかるから。
Even if you can't understand when you're 6 years old, I'm sure you will once 12 years have passed. Oh. With very serious expressions on their faces, they grasped my shoulders as I spoke. I don't know what they're trying to tell me.
君の手の中の真実は不変じゃないんだ。
The truth that lies in your hands is not unchangeable.
それは君に対するさまざまな干渉で変化してしまう。
You'll be interfered with in many ways that'll make it change.
だからもし君がその手の中の真実を大事にしたいと願うなら、
So, if the truth in your hands is really important to you,
その真実をエンジェが自分で守るんだ。
you need to protect it yourself.
それを
Don't
忘れ
forget,
るんじゃないぜ。
don't forget it.
あとはお兄ちゃんとベアトリーチェの問題でおしまい。
Next is Oni-chan and Beatrice's puzzles, and then I'm done.
そうか。
Ah, really?
あれだけ大勢いたのに、もうおしまいなんだな。
Even though there were so many of us, it looks like it's finally over.
どうであったか？
How was it?
今夜のパーティーを楽しめたか？
Did you enjoy tonight's party? Yeah,
楽しかっ
it was fun,
た。でもちょっともう眠いかも。
but I think I'm a bit sleepy.
そうね。
That's no surprise,
あれだけはしゃいだもんね。
considering how much we've been running around. I rubbed my eyes. I must have gotten really excited, but whenever I get excited, I'm always tired afterwards. Right now, I'd rather have a sofa to lie on than medals.
わらわもとっておきの問題を用意したが、
I've
ど
got-
うする？
Keeps happening. I've got a special puzzle just for you. But are you sure you want it?
眠いようならばやめてもよいのだぞ。
If you're sleepy, you can stop now.
う
No!
ん、ここまで来たから頑張る。
I've come this far, so I'll keep going. Yawn. Oni-chan and Byato laughed at my yawn.
もうお開きの時間だな。
Looks like it's time to call it a day.
うん。
Indeed.
エンジェよ。
Angie,
わらわの問題はまた今度にしよう。
let us leave my puzzle for later.
そのような寝ぼけ眼で解けるほど優しくはないのでな。
It's too difficult to be solved by one with eyes as sleepy as that.
やだ。
No way!
せっかくいっぱい頑張ったのに。
I've come this far and
お兄ちゃんたちのメダルも欲しい。
I also want Oni-chan's medal. I'm just so sleepy. Oh no. Angie drifted over to a chair in the corner of the room and plopped down onto it. Then she closed her eyes and sat there like a doll. It didn't take long before the cute sound of her breathing in her sleep could be heard. When she saw that Angie was finally asleep, Byato spoke softly.
みな、静かに。
Quiet, please, everyone.
エンジェが眠ったぞ。
Angie fell asleep. When she spoke, the peaceful clatter that filled the room fell silent. Everyone looked down into Angie's sleeping face. Each of them wore an affectionate gaze, as if they had just watched a baby finally drift to sleep.
エンジちゃん、楽しんでくれたやろか。
Did Angie-chan have a good time?
当然であろうが、
But of course,
今はそこまでは感じぬかもしれぬ。
feeling might not be so strong now.
しかしやがて、今夜のパーティーのことを思い出し、それがどれほど楽しかったかを噛みしめてくれるであろう。
But one day, she'll surely remember tonight's party and understand how fun it was.
そうだな。
You're right.
私たちもエンジェちゃんと遊べて楽しかったわ。
It was fun for us too, getting to play with Angie-chan. By this point, everyone was standing in a wide circle around Angie as she slept. Now that the guest of honor was asleep, this Halloween party had reached its conclusion.
さらばだ、我が孫よ。
So long, my granddaughter.
おじいちゃんが12年ぶりに遊べて嬉しかったぞ。
I was so pleased to have this chance to play with you again after 12 years.
私のことを何も覚えていなくてもよい。
Matters not if you forget everything about me.
傲慢なる暴君と記憶してくれてもよい。
Remember me as an arrogant despot.
だがたまには目に入れても痛くないほどに可愛がっていたことも思い出しておくれ。
But every now and then, just try and remember how much I adored you.
思い出しますとも。
She will remember.
エンジェさん、
Angie-san,
あんたの人生は長い。
you have a long life ahead of you.
12年を経てもまだまだ長い。
Even after 12 years, there's still much for you to experience.
その人生が有意義なものになることを祈っております。
I pray that you will find this life meaningful and worthwhile.
君の後ろ宮家全員の最後の孫で娘だ。
You are the final grandchild and daughter of the Ishiromiya family.
私たち全員が君の幸せを祈っているよ。
All of us pray for your happiness.
エンジェちゃん、
Angie-chan,
お元気で。
stay well.
幸せは見つけるものでなく作るものです。
Happiness isn't something you find, it's something you make.
思い出も実は同じなんですよ。
And in fact, memories work the same way.
そうだな。
True.
年を重ねて思い出し、初めて意味を知るということもあるものだ。
There's some things that we only truly understand when we think back on them years later.
わしのこの愛嬌ある顔、たまには思い出してや。
Make sure you remember my pretty face every now and then.
わしらにとってあんたに思い出してもらうのが 何よりの供養なんや。
Just having you remember us is the greatest memorial service we could ever have.
いやね、
Oh, come on.
死ぬわけじゃないでしょ。
It's not like we're dying.
猫箱の向こうというカーテンの向こうに行くだけじゃない。
We're just going inside, going to the inside of the cat box, the other side of the curtain. I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice. Hideyoshi says, that's right.
カーテンなんてもんやない。
It's not even a curtain.
今と同じや。
Just like we are now.
エンジちゃんはすやすや眠っとる。
Angie-chan's there sleeping away.
わしらはこうしてすぐ近くにいて、それを見守っとる。
The rest of us are right by our side, watching over her.
わしらはいつだってそばにおるんやで。
We'll always be with her. All of them still wore warm smiles, but the sound of sniffling came from several places throughout the room. This party wasn't only for the girl who wasn't able to be here this day. It was also for all those people who weren't able to meet her here, who never had the chance to say goodbye. Angie,
力強く生きろよ。
live life strongly.
俺たちの血が流れてるんだ。
Our blood flows through your veins.
絶対にその力はあるさ。
It'll definitely bring you strength.
エヴァ姉さん、
Eva Nissan,
うちの娘のことをよろしくね。
take care of our daughter.
素直じゃない子だし、わがままで短気なところもある。
She's not honest with herself, and she'll often be selfish and short-tempered.
きっと迷惑ばかりかけるだろうけれど。
She might be a pain all the time, but
私がきっと幸せにするわ。
I'll make sure she finds happiness.
エンジェちゃんが望む限り必ずね。
As long as she wants it herself.
エンジェ様、私の顔を覚えていなくても構いません。
Angie-sama, it's okay if you forget my face.
でもせめて私の料理の味だけは忘れないでくださいませ。
But please, at least remember the taste of my cooking.
このクマさんのことも覚えているとは申しません。
And I won't ask you to remember old Kumasawa.
でもせめてサバの絞り汁ジュースの味だけは忘れないでくださいませ。
But please, at least remember the taste of mackerel juice. Someone said when you'd feed her that, and everyone laughed wryly.
本当に可愛い寝顔ね。
Her face looks so cute sleeping there like that.
まさに名前の通り、天使の寝顔だわ。
She looks like an angel, just like her name.
天使じゃないよ、魔女だよ。
She's not an angel, she's a witch.
エンジェが最後の魔女、エンジェ・ベアトリーチェになる。
Angie's the final witch, Angie Beatrice.
その魔法は彼女を幸せにしてくれるかしら。
I wonder if that magic will bring her happiness.
白き魔女になるか、黒き魔女になるか。
Will she become a white witch or black witch?
それはエンジェが決めるよ。
That's for Angie to choose.
私はその両方を伝えた。
I've shown her both sides.
きっと彼女を辛い人生が待ってる。
I'm sure a painful life lies ahead for you.
エンジェちゃんはきっと世界一自分が孤独だと信じると思う。
You'll probably believe that you're all alone in this world.
でも私たちはあなたのすぐ後ろにいていつも応援してるからね。
But we will always be there, right behind you, cheering you on.
それを忘れないでね。
Don't forget that.
エンジ
Angie,
ェ、忘れるんじゃないぜ。
don't forget
自分も幸せも運命も
yourself, your happiness, your fate.
作るのは自分なんだ。
These are all things you create for yourself.
自分だけが決められる。
Only you can choose them.
それは誰かに与えられるものでも、そして誰かに隠されて探すものでもない。
No one else can give you them, and no one else can hide them from you.
それを忘れるんじゃないぜ。
Don't forget that.
きっと伝わったと信じます。
I'm sure your message reached her.
だといいけど。
I hope so.
僕とお嬢様の物語は絶対にエンジェ様にそれを伝えています。
I'm certain the tale of the two of us will help Angie-sama understand. Yeah.
ジョージ様も 何かお言葉をかけられてはどうですか？
Don't you have anything to tell her, George-sama?
僕から伝えたいことはもうあのびっくり箱の問題で全てだよ。
I've already said all I wanted with that box puzzle.
あの難解な問題から何かを汲み取ってくれるでしょうか？
Will that puzzle teach her something?
わからない。
I don't know.
でも彼女は聡明だからね。
But I do know that she's wise.
きっと何かを分かってくれるよ。
I'm sure she'll learn something from it.
エンジェ様、
Angie-sama,
あなたが正しき未来へ導かれることをお祈りいたしております。
I pray that you're guided along the right path as you move towards the future. One by one, they stepped forward and said words of farewell to Angie. Then, finally, Badler and Beato walked forward.
エンジ、
Angie,
少しはみんなのことを思い出してくれたか？
were you able to remember everyone? At least a little bit? Of course, Angie didn't answer in her sleep, but Badler continued.
確かに後宮家はちょいと変わった一族だ。
It's true that the Ishrumiyas are a strange family.
大金持ちだし、それをめぐっておかしな噂話も飛び交っただろう。
We're super rich. That's given rise to all sorts of rumors and stories.
しかしそんなのはすべて島の外の連中の勝手な憶測だ。
However, it's all speculation made by people outside the island.
幼さゆえに優しき思い出を記憶に留められなかったそなたを誰も責めはせぬ。
No one will blame you for forgetting these kinds of memories, young as you were.
しかしそれでも思い出してやれ。
But even so, you must remember.
忘れることが罪ではない。
It is not a sin to forget,
思い出さぬことが罪なのだ。
but to not remember again is a sin.
俺たち全員
All of us.
エンジェをパーティーに呼べて本当に楽しかったぜ。
We're really happy to have you at this party.
な、みんな。
Right, everyone? Everyone nodded at Badler's words. Everyone knew about the merciless and lonely life that awaited her. It was no longer possible for them to heal those wounds. If there was one thing they could do, it was to make her remember what a kind, fun family she once had. To remind her that both today and into the future, they would always take care for her and watch over her.
言うまでもなく
It goes without saying
これは幻想だ。
that this is an illusion.
そなたは1986年10月4日の六軒島にはたどり着けぬ。
You cannot come to Rokenjima on October 4th, 1986.
これはすべてゲームマスターのバトラが描いた
She gives
わらわたちが一夜のパーティーを共にするという
She gives the side eyes to Battler as she says that. This whole party we shared was all a magical illusion created by the game master, Battler.
でも思い出せただろ。
But you remembered, right?
みんながどれだけ優しくて
You remember the truth.
本当のことを思い出してくれただろ。
About how kind everyone was, and how much of a blast we all had at the family conferences, right? Angie breathed softly in her sleep. Who knows, those words truly reached her.
エヴァおばさん。
And Eva?
エンジェを頼むぜ。
Take care of her.
私なんかに彼女の母親になる資格は本当にあるのかしら。
Do you really think that I deserve to become her mother?
あるぜ。
I do.
おばさん自身があれほどの悲しみの中にあったのに。
Even though your own sadness was so unbearable.
エンジェの母になろうとあんなに頑張ってくれた。
You tried so hard to be a mother for Angie.
でも私は結局
But in the end,
いいんだ。
it's
お
okay.
ばさん、エンジェ、よくお聞き。
Angie, listen carefully. Balor grasped Angie's hand, then took Eva's hand and joined the two hands together.
悲しい運命により二人が傷つけ合う未来があったことを俺たちは知ってる。
We know that a tragic fate leads to a future where you two hurt each other.
それはエンジェにとっても悲しいことだし、
It's a sad
エ
thing.
ヴァおばさんにとっても悲しいことだった。
It's a sad thing for Angie, and just as sad for Aunt Eva.
お前に心を開けと頼むのも酷な話だった。
It would have been cruel to ask you to open your heart to her.
そしてエヴァおばさんにそれでもなおエンジェのために自分の悲しみに耐えてほしいと頼むのも酷な話だった。
Likewise, it would have been cruel to ask Aunt Eva to keep on overcoming her sadness after being rejected.
そなたも
Neither of
エヴァ
you
もどちらも悪くはない。
is at fault.
だからといってお前に何かを許せと
Even
俺
so,
たちには頼めた
God!
義務もない。
Even so, we have no right to tell you to forgive her.
だからせめて
So,
許せとは言わない。
we won't.
ただ分かってやってくれ。
Just try and understand.
時間がかかってもいい。どれだけ未来でもいい。
Doesn't matter how long it takes, how far into the future it happens.
エヴァおばさんのこと分かってやってくれ。
Just try and understand, Aunt Eva.
そしてたまには俺たちのことも思い出してくれ。
And, every once in a while, remember us.
わらわのこともであるぞ。
I concur.
陽気で気立てがよく、容姿端麗、まさに女の鏡であるわらわのこともたまーにでいいから思い出し、朝昼晩わらわの名を唱えて崇め立てまつるのだぞ。
And, every once in a while, remember this merry, cheerful, attractive paragon of a woman and chant my name in praise 3 times every day. Oh, Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice. The relative smiled bitterly, apparently disagreeing with some of that last bit. Eva softly stroked Andy's cheek and spoke one last time.
おばさんを許してくれなくてもいい。
It's okay if you don't forgive your aunt.
でもね、
But
おばさんはあなたを憎んでなんかいないの。
it's true that I don't hate you.
せめてそれだけは分かってね。
At least understand that. Ava wiped her ears. Ears? Eyes. And slowly stood up. Jesus Christ. Hideyoshi held her shoulder, and Rudolph and Kairi gathered around her too.
ゲンジさん。
Genji-san,
エンジェを横になれるところに運んでやってくれるか。
would you mind carrying Angie to somewhere she can lie down?
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
ゲストハウスでよろしいですか。
Shall I take her to the guest house?
ゲストハウスに一人ぼっちでは気の毒が過ぎよう。
It would be a little too sad to leave her there all alone.
そうだな。
You're right.
客間のソファーにお願いできるか。
Could you carry her to a sofa in the parlor?
もしも目が覚めて戻ってきたくなったらいつでもそうできるように。
That way, she'll be able to come back if she wakes up and feels like joining in again. Genji gently lifted Angie up and carried her towards the parlor. Everyone continued to watch over her as she left.
シャノン、カノンよ。
Shannon, Cannon.
結局エンジェは何枚のメダルを集めたのであるか。
In the end, how many medals did Angie gather?
17枚でございます。
She got 17 medals.
そうか。
I see.
では、これを枕元に置いてやるとよい。
Then place this by her pillow.
はい、
Yes,
かしこまりました。
as you wish. It better be all of them. Or we're gonna replay This whole section. Replay this last 5.5 hours. Genji carried Angie to the parlor and set her down on the sofa. Shannon quietly laid a warm blanket on top of her. Cannon placed a message card by her pillow, along with that thing Kinzo had handed them. The message card read as follows. We'll all be with you, always. From the whole Yoshiromiya family. And there, right by her pillow, was a gift from Kinzo. Oh my! Oh my! Look at that, look at that. A Beatrice doll. Angie, mumbling in her sleep, held it tightly against her cheek. God, I want that. It's adorable looking. Let us go. We mustn't wake her. Nisan. Yeah? Shannon thought she saw something glittering silver near Angie's eye. The servants left and closed the parlor door. As Angie slept, she was wrapped up in the soft sound of the rain. Surely she was reliving that fun evening once more in her dreams. Yay! Oh boy! God. Yeah, I need a big stretch, dude. Thank you, thank you. Every riddle correctly on the first guess. Ugh, it was difficult, but for someone with a brain such as mine, definitely easy to overcome. That I'm saying it though. I'm saying it for sure. Such big brain power. About 10 supercomputers basically stuffed in this cranium of mine. An easy feat, honestly. So simple. I guess we should call it a night there. Wow, I don't know, it feels like I didn't do a ton, but I feel like we did do a ton just because of the riddle stuff. Like there was a lot of stoppage there, right? There was a lot of a lot of hemming and hawing as I was doing that. So maybe not as much progress as I would probably think, but that's fine. I think tonight was a fun stream, if I do say so myself. Next Umineko stream should be on Tuesday. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Yes, it will. Next Umineko stream, Tuesday, a few days from now, will be taking place. We'll do that. I already saved, right? Yeah, I did. So that'll be that. Ooh, I'm looking at the timer. Hit over 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours of me stumbling through riddles and complaining about Zero Time Dilemma. What a magical time. I'd kind of recommend either a shorter stream or a long one. Huh. Well, we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't be afraid of doing a long stream just because I am off next Wednesday. So I do not have work to then make it to technically on Wednesday. So I'd say it's not impossible, but I guess we'll see. Never count it out. Never count it out. Thank you so much for joining me on this long Saturday night Umineko stream. It's been a blast. It really was. I got to yell, which I know is probably not the most fun thing to listen to, but I had a grand old time. Sorry if you teased a bit too much. No. If anything, I deserve to be teased a shit ton more. So let's be real. Let's be real with everyone. I'm just a fucking goof. I'm a goober to the max. I make it easy. I feel like I make it easy to be pointed at and laughed at. But like I said, incredibly thankful for you watching and having fun. I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else to say. Umineko stream on Tuesday. Some stuff obviously before then and after then. Thursday, a rare Thursday night stream. The Game Awards. I'll be watching that. So if you want to watch that with me on Thursday night, I should be streaming that. So there is that. And I think that's all I have to say. Oh, final words were redeemed. So I'll do that. This is just cruel. This is cruel. This is like actually cruel. Okay, final words for the stream. Again, have a nice rest of your night. Have a great Sunday. I should be back on at some point tomorrow. Final words. All done. With only 3 wrong answers today.